We are live.
Good morning. The meeting will now come to order. Welcome to the May 25th, 2021 meeting of the Durham Board of Adjustment. My name is Jacob Rogers. I am the chair of the board. I'd like to start by acknowledging we are conducting this meeting using a remote electronic platform as permitted by Session Law 2020-3. The Board of Adjustment is a quasi-judicial body that is governed by the North Carolina General Statutes and the city's Unified Development Ordinance. The board typically conducts evidentiary hearings on requests for variances, special use permits, among other requests. Today's meeting will proceed much like an in-person meeting of the board. On the screen, you'll see members of the Board of Adjustment, additionally, planning staff and representatives from the city and county attorney's offices are attended in the remote meeting. Applicants, proponents, and opponents were required to register in advance and are also attending the remote meeting. When a case is called for its hearing, speakers will be promoted within the platform so their video can be seen. The chair will swear in applicants and witnesses at the beginning of each case. Staff will present each case and applicants will then provide their evidence. Control of the presentation and screen sharing will remain with planning staff. Today's meeting is being broadcast on the city's YouTube site, and a link to this broadcast is also on the website for the Board of Adjustment. Before we begin the evidentiary hearings on today's agenda, I'd like to provide some important information about steps taken to ensure that each party's due process rights are protected as we proceed in this remote platform. Each applicant on today's agenda was notified that this meeting would be conducted using a remote electronic platform. During registration, every applicant on today's agenda consented to the board conducting the evidentiary hearing using this platform. We will also confirm today at the start of each evidentiary hearing that the participants in the hearing consent to the matter proceeding in this remote platform. If there's any objection to the matter proceeding in the platform, the case will be continued. Notice of today's meeting was provided by publishing notice in the newspaper, mailed to property owners within 600 feet of subject properties, posting a sign at the property, and posting on the city's website. The newspaper, website, and mailed notices for today's meeting contain information how the public can access the remote meeting as it occurs. These notices also contained information about the registration requirement for the meeting, along with information about how to register. All individuals participating in today's evidentiary hearings were also required to submit a copy of any presentation, document, exhibit, or other material that they wish to submit at the hearing prior to today's meeting. All materials that the city received from the participants in today's cases, as well as a copy of the city staff's presentation and documents, were posted on the Board of Adjustment website as part of the agenda. No new documents will be submitted during today's meeting. All decisions of this board are subject to appeal to the Durham Superior Court. Anyone in the audience other than the applicant who wishes to receive a copy of the formal order issued by this board on a particular case must submit a written request for a copy of the order. I'll welcome everybody here. I want to take a quick moment to kind of explain the difference for the Board of Adjustment. We're not a legislative body. There's a difference between legislative and quasi-judicial. So our process today is a little different because of that. First, and I mentioned this a little bit ago, but I'm going to mention it again. The staff, the city and county staff, planning staff will present the case. Secondly, the applicant presents their evidence. Then the opponents will present their evidence, if there are any. Applicant will provide a rebuttal if they choose. After that, cross-examination, if requested, can happen at this time. After that, we will close the evidentiary hearing and then the board deliberation. And at this time, only board of adjustment members can ask questions. No other party can ask questions to the board or to at that time. So we'll have plenty of time to make sure everyone's heard. But I want to make sure that that we kind of throw out how the process works today. Also, we always ask that if multiple people are providing the same or similar testimony, please select one person to speak, and the rest can either raise their hands in support of what's being discussed. Individuals who are not subject experts, we will be limiting testimony And this time I'd like to have a little bit of board discussion about the length of that non-expert testimony. My thought is 2 minutes. Is everybody okay with that?
Is there, excuse me, Mr. Chair, this is Chad. Is there anything in our rules of procedure regarding length of time?
No.
Thank you.
Hey, Krista.
Good morning, Krista Kugura, City Attorney's Office. I do want to just mention it's not specific as to experts, Chad, but the rules do say the board may limit the length of a public hearing or set a time for adjournment by majority vote. So I think sort of within a public hearing, I think it's reasonable and appropriate to sort of set time limits in terms of testimony, especially given today's agenda.
So is everyone okay with 2 minutes? If you are, maybe we can just have a hand here. Jessica, Ian, are you okay? Okay, we'll move forward with that. All right. Susan, would you like to call the roll?
Yes, Jacob Rogers.
Here.
Chad Meadows.
Here.
Micah Jeter. Ian Kipp.
Here.
Michael Retchless.
Here.
Tisha Wymore.
Here.
Jessica Major.
Here.
Michael Tarrant.
Here.
Natalie Bouchane.
Here.
All right. And Jessica, didn't you say you would have to step out? I don't.
Yes.
Okay. So, well, I know that I don't think, Natalie, I think we're going to be using you today as the designated alternate. So just wanted to make sure that that was the case. Well, I think you said from 9 to 9:30, you'll be joining us back around 9:30. Just want to make sure that's on the record here. All right. Sounds good. And all right, now the next thing on our agenda is the approval from the minutes from the April 27th meeting. Is there a motion to approve those? Hopefully everybody's had a chance.
Retchless motion.
Got a motion by Mr. Retchless. Is there a second? Somebody raise their hand.
Bouchane, second.
All right, and Susan, if you'll call everybody.
Mr. Rogers.
Yes.
Mr. Meadows.
Yes.
Mr. Kipp.
Yes.
Mr. Retchless.
Yes.
Ms. Wymore.
Yes.
Ms. Major.
Yes.
Mr. Tarrant.
Yes.
Ms. Bouchane.
Yes.
All right, one more thing. Tisha will be leaving us at 11:45. So Susan, who would be the next the designated alternate?
I'm sorry, you said Tisha would be leaving?
Who's leaving at 11:45?
Okay, so Ms. Bouchane would take her place, and give me just a quick second.
And Tisha will play it by ear to see where we are with cases, and maybe best kind of to drop out a little bit before that, depending on where we are in a case.
I believe it would be Mr. Tarrant.
Okay. All right. So Mike, you'll sit in on that after that time.
And that's the first case, correct?
No, Natalie will sit in for Micah on the first, and then when Tisha needs to leave around 11:45, Mike Tarrant will take over for her.
Okay.
All right. Would you mind calling the first case?
Case B 21-00008, a request for a variance from the project boundary buffer requirements. The subject site is located at 312 East Umstead Street and 1206 Dawkins Street. Is zoned residential urban and in the urban tier. This case has been advertised for the required period of time, and property owners within 600 feet have been notified. notarized affidavits verifying the sign posting and letter mailings are on file. And to verify the seating for this case, it is Mr. Kipp, Mr. Meadows, Mr. Rogers, Mr. Retchless, Miss Wymore, and Miss Beauchesne.
Sounds right. All right. So everyone who plans on giving testimony in this case will need to have your video on to administer the oath.
This is Howard, partner. Oh, my video is not operating. My audio is operating.
Okay, well, we can still do it. Mr. Skillern, are you able to turn your video on?
I likewise am only getting a choice for the audio.
Okay. Well, all right. Then there's two questions that we're going to go through the oath real quick. We'll need you to raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll give today is the truth and nothing but the truth? I'll need for Mr. Skillern.
We enabled the wrong feature, so they're coming in right now as panelists. I apologize about that. That was my error.
I'm now able to raise my right hand.
All right. Okay, so let's do this again. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll give today is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I affirm.
And Mr. Partner? Got you on mute.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, my right hand is raised.
And do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll give today is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I affirm.
And do you consent to this remote meeting platform?
I consent.
And Mr. Skiller?
Yes, sir. I consent.
All right. Who on the staff side has this one? Oh, Eliza.
Liza. Yep. Good morning, everybody. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. Good morning, everyone. Liza Monroe here, representing the Planning Department. Planning staff requests that the staff report and all materials submitted at the public hearing be made part of the public record with any necessary corrections as noted.
So noted. Thank you.
Thank you. Case B210008 is a request for a variance from the project boundary buffer requirements. The applicant is Howard Partner, and the subject site is located at 312 East Umstead Street and 1206 Dawkins Street. The case area is highlighted in red on the screen. At the time of submittal, the parcels were zoned residential urban 5-2, and that's what's reflected in the staff report. However, I will note that a rezoning was approved, and so the parcels are now zoned RUM, or residential urban M. And they are currently located within the urban development tier. As you can see in the aerial on the Umstead Street parcel, or the parcel that has Umstead Street frontage, that there is an existing building there in which the applicant is proposing to repurpose into a multifamily apartment building. Project boundary buffers are defined as a portion of the property designated to mitigate impacts between land uses. Section 9.4 of the Unified Development Ordinance provides the standards of the type, quantity, and location of the buffer landscaping, like trees and shrubs. I'm going to scroll to the landscape plan sheet, which actually, I'm going to go to the next one. The landscape plan sheet might be a little bit too much details this early in the morning. Per section 9.4.3C of the UDO, multiplex and apartment development proposed in any district to be adjacent to single family or two family developments on other properties shall provide buffers in accordance with the RUM urban tier. So you'll notice that there are single family residential adjacent to this proposed multifamily. Although the site and the adjacent owners are all zoned RU52, the location of the proposed housing apartment use adjacent to single family requires a project boundary buffer, and a project boundary buffer is also required along the right of way, as the site is not adjoining a street that is greater than 60 feet in width. In this case, the applicant would be required to provide a 20-foot 0.6 opacity project boundary buffer along all property lines of the two parcels, with the exception of the connecting property line between the two parcels that is currently existing. To allow flexibility in buffer design, we do have what's called the interactive buffer model within the Unified Development Ordinance, which can be used to create a buffer meeting or exceeding the opacity standards using a variety of widths, plant materials, walls, or berms per Unified Development Ordinance section 9.8.7. You can use the interactive buffer model within the urban tier, which this parcel is located in. However, no alternative buffer shall be permitted to be less than 1/2 the minimum width required. Therefore, the portions of the buffer that are less than 10 feet wide, 1/2 of the required 20-foot width that I mentioned earlier, will require a variance from not only the interactive buffer model standard, but the base project boundary buffer standard as well. Given the location of this existing building that's shown here on the screen on 312 Umstead Street, the applicant's requesting a reduction in the width and opacity of the buffers on either side of the existing building to permit the buffer to fit within the available space. The buffer widths will be variable as the building, as you can see, is anywhere from 5 feet to 12.1 feet from that property line. To the rear building, the applicant is proposing to increase to a 15-foot wide using the interactive buffer model. For the buffer along Umstead Street, they're requesting a 5-foot reduction to permit a 15-foot wide buffer, once again, to be compatible with the existing structure. And lastly, the applicant is requesting a 9-foot buffer reduction to permit an 11-foot buffer along the south property line of 1206 Dawson Street, and a reduction to permit a 15-foot buffer along the north property line of Dawson Street. UDO section 3.14.8 establishes 4 findings that the applicant must make in order for the board to grant a variance. These findings requiring approval are identified in the staff report, and the applicant's responses to these findings are identified in the application, both of which are within your packet. And I'm aware that this is a lot of different buffers in your request. So if there are any questions, or if anyone needs me to pull up a different document, please let me know, and staff will be available to answer any of those as needed during the hearing process.
Thank you, Eliza. And I think, Chad, you got a question?
Morning, Chad.
Good morning. Thank you. Apologize for my voice. I have 3 questions, Eliza. Thanks for the presentation. First question is off-street parking required for this use? The second question is, does the parcel have access to Burnett Street in the south? And the third question is there a minimum driveway width requirement?
Thank you for those questions, Chad. To answer the first question, off-street parking is required for this use, and there is a parking table. I'm going to scroll through this, so I apologize for anyone that gets a little wary. So the required parking, so I'm actually going to exit out of this so I can zoom a little bit, because I'm aware that might be a little hard for people to see. Can everyone still see the screen? I'm still sharing. Yes or no, nod one's head. Yes. Okay, cool beans. Got a little quiet there. So there's a parking table here, so it's a little bit easier and this information is from the packet. Looks like my computer's moving a little bit slow. So they're going to be affordable housing family units. So there's going to be 14 parking spaces total for off-street being required, and they are providing the required amount of off-street parking spaces as detailed on the second sheet of this plan. My computer's moving a little bit slow, so I might go to that one if we need to, but they are providing the required amount of off-street parking spaces. For the site, there is not access to the site from Burnett Street. All of the access will be happening off of Dawkins Street, which is where they're going to be having the driveway entering towards the rear of the existing building. And I'm going to go to that sheet if my computer will allow me. And the last question was about minimum width. Yes, there is a required minimum driveway width, which they are in compliance. This site plan is happening review concurrently. A site plan review is happening in transportation, as well as NCDOT have finished their reviews of this project. So they are meeting the minimum width, therefore they have a little bit of a buffer reduction to allow for that driveway.
Thank you, Eliza. Let me follow up with that. I didn't ask the question, are they accessing Burnett? The question is there anything that stops them from accessing Burnett Street?
Is there anything that stops them? There's no intent of the applicant to access from that parcel. And I don't believe there's an existing drive there or easement there to access it.
Okay.
They
'cause it
don't own the
looks like
parcel.
that property touches the right of way for Burnett Street. Is that incorrect?
One moment. I don't believe it touches, but let me just double check.
Is there anything I can provide information-wise?
Perhaps the applicant may be able to answer those questions, Eliza.
Yeah, we can
Yes.
wait for that when
Okay, I don't believe it touches. It looks like there is a little bit of an easement, a sanitary sewer easement. I don't believe there's any type of access to that right of way at all. There's no intent to have an access easement to go through there, but I will reflect to Mr. Partner, if he would like to provide further information.
Thank you.
Anybody have any other questions for Eliza? Sifting through here. Okay. Would the applicant like to come forward? Mr. Partner, we'll give you the floor to present your evidence.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Howard Partner. I am a registered landscape architect residing in Durham, and I am the applicant. Ms. Monroe has given you a pretty good overview, and so anything I say will probably be a bit of a repetition of what she's already told you. But let me go through this presentation anyway. The Harriet's Place project is a total renovation and restoration of the historic Harriet Tubman YWCA building, which was built in 1953 and has played an important role in the African American community during the era of segregation. This project is being undertaken by Reinvestment Partners, which is a nonprofit organization located in Durham that is active in housing and community development. And the Tubman YWCA building has been vacant and inactive for 30 years, and the renovation will transform this building into 16 affordable housing units, which will help to stabilize the surrounding neighborhood and once again serve its community. So in addition to the building restoration, as mentioned, we will be providing a parking lot at the rear of the building, and that will be accessed by a driveway from Dawkins Street, which is just east and around the corner from Umstead Street. Now, regarding the question of access from the south end of the site, we've got two problems, and that explains why we're not directly accessing the site from the south end. There's a stream which runs adjacent to the property and then crosses the southern boundary of the property. And so that a driveway access from the south end would require an additional disturbance of the intermittent stream. Additionally, the slopes at the south end of the property are quite steep with 15 to 25% slopes, so that any driveway access from the south end of the site would require extensive grading and a lot of land disturbance. It would be prohibitively expensive because of the steep slopes, and the existing stream would require additional storm drainage to carry that stream. So even though there actually is access to Burnett Street and Avery Street down at the bottom of the site, there are difficulties with the terrain that makes a driveway from the south end impractical. So just to go on with the rest of the variance request, as mentioned, the existing YWCA building is situated as close as 5.6 feet from the side property lines. And so we are proposing to maintain buffers as required along those side property lines, but we don't have space for the full 20-foot standard buffers that would normally be required. And so the buffers that we are suggesting to provide will vary in width from as little as 5.6 feet in width to as much as 15 feet. The problem, of course, is that the existing building is too close to the side property lines and doesn't allow the full width buffers. And then secondly, at the front entrance of Umstead Street, we have an entry sidewalk to the building. We have a drop-off driveway, and we have a handicap parking space. And a full width, fully planted front yard buffer is really inappropriate for a public space and would create security concerns for anyone entering and leaving the building. And so we are proposing a reduced width buffer for the front yard. And then finally, as mentioned earlier, the driveway from Dawkins Street is over 180 feet in length, and so it has to be a two-way driveway. That's why it has to be 20 feet in width, because it's too long to serve as a single lane, a single direction driveway. So as a result of these conditions, we have to narrow the width of our required buffers in order to enable the driveway and to recognize that the building is sitting too close to the side yard. I do want to point out that we are providing full landscape planting for the rear parking lot. We are providing street tree planting on Umstead and Dawkins Street. We have our natural buffers at the south half of the site, which is undeveloped. And we have a 15-foot interactive buffer on the north side of the entry driveway and a reduced width 11-foot buffer on the south side of the entry driveway. So we're not eliminating buffers. We're simply reducing the planting quantities in those buffers and the width of those buffers. And then excuse me, we have one minor footnote. There's an existing 28-inch diameter Carolina hemlock tree up at the east side of the Umstead front yard, and that tree will be left in place. But 40% of this tree's root protection zone is within the Umstead Street right-of-way, and so we are unable to provide the full root protection zone, which is normally required for a large specimen tree in that buffer. So basically, that is the extent of our variance request. We're simply requesting a reduction in the width of the required buffers and a reduction of the planting quantities for these buffers. So if I will be glad to answer any other questions, and also, of course, Peter Skillern from Reinvestment Partners is here, and he too can answer any questions that you have.
Thank you, Mr. Partner. Looks like we've got a question from Chad. Do you want to?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Excellent project. A great proposal. Couple of questions about the variance requests. To the variance request for the buffer that is south of the proposed driveway accessing whatever that is, whatever the driveway is. I thought that it was necessary to apply for a variance when the required buffer was less than or equal to half of the buffer width. I thought that the buffers were 20, and that looks like that says it's 11. So is the variance because it's not meeting the opacity standard on the southern side? Is that what the variance is being asked for on that part?
The interactive buffer procedure allows for a reduction of buffer width to as little as half of the width. But in order to achieve a sufficient buffer that is reduced to a full half of the width, it would require a wall to be built for the full length of the buffer. In other words, when we go through the interactive buffer process, the least width we can achieve through the interactive buffer procedure is a 15-foot width. And so to make a buffer that would be narrower than 15 feet would require the construction of a wall along the entire length of that driveway, which would be an excessive amount of construction.
So you're not suggesting a wall on the southern side, and what was the basis for that decision?
To not build a wall?
Correct.
Just it would be a lot of expense. This is an affordable housing project, and we're trying to keep it affordable. And I don't think a wall would be of great benefit to anyone, really. The proposed 11-foot buffer is going to be a vast improvement over the existing conditions, which is where basically it's just a lot of weed and overgrowth of in that area. And so the buffer will be a great improvement over what's there now. And the idea of building a wall that's nearly 180 feet long would be quite a excessive burden, I think, for minimum benefit.
Thank you.
Any other questions for the applicant?
I have a question, if I may.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
The access off Dawkins Street, was that a lot that was added to the site after the fact, or was that always the driveway for the rear of the former Y?
Well, that parcel was an empty parcel. I think at one time it had a derelict abandoned house on it, which had been removed years ago. But it was an empty parcel that was available for access, and the developer was able to acquire that parcel, and it will be combined with the main parcel on Umstead Street into a single parcel.
Got you. Thank you. One other question. Was there a driveway access to the Y's parking lot on Umstead?
There was
not?
There was a parking lot previously.
There was no parking lot.
So there was no parking, there was no driveway, nothing but the building.
Okay, thank you.
Right. Any further questions for the applicant?
This is Chad. I have one more, Mr. Chair, if that's possible.
Absolutely.
Did you guys consider the possibility of using the vacant lot for parking spaces instead of the driveway? Was that a possibility, or what was the situation there? Not enough space, or what was the?
The lot is about 46 feet wide. If you had a single bay parking lot, would require a width of 42 feet. And it really wouldn't be a practical alternative to parking directly behind the building.
Thank you.
Any other questions for the applicant? Mr. Skillern, do you have anything? I just want to make sure I see you here, but I didn't know if you've got anything you'd like to say.
I have nothing additional on the technical side as it regards the compliance or the variance request. I can say that this is a mission-based project. Just little stories. When you asked the question about was there parking, one of my board members worked at the Y as a youth. And when I said, "Where's the parking?" she laughed. She says, "Well, we didn't have any cars. Everybody walked. This was a neighborhood-based facility." Coming off of Dawkins, that used to be owned by the Michaud family. And it had been abandoned, overgrown in the center for drug activity, remains that today, and kind of we're repurposing it for this use. So it's there's just a lot of history with each and every aspect of this that kind of determines both the limitations, the opportunities, and partly why we're investing in making this a better place.
Thank you, sir. All right, is there anyone here to speak against this case?
Eliza Monroe from the staff. There was no one that registered to speak in opposition for this case.
Okay. Any other further questions of the applicant? One more time. All right, well, let's bring it in for some board deliberation. Any thoughts? Or does anyone want to offer a motion?
This is Chad. I'll offer my thoughts. I think that, you know, reuse of this building is excellent. The idea of reusing this structure for housing is excellent. I think it's extremely unfortunate that they can't access the site from the existing street, and it's necessary to create the driveway. I don't think that I have any issues, concerns, questions about the variances necessary for the buffers alongside the building. The building is there. The lot lines are there. You know, you got what you got. I understand that. The creation of the driveway is the variance that I'm having a hard time overcoming. I understand it needs to be 20 feet wide because it's too far. I don't know why it needs to be so far. I think there was evidence presented that it's impossible to access the site from Burnett Street because of topographic considerations. I don't know that I feel like I've got that question answered. There was the discussion of the stream, but the driveway crosses the stream on the vacant lot. So we're going to have a stream crossing here either way. So, you know, I'm in this place where I think this is the right thing to do. It's a great proposal. I'm having a hard time with the buffer. You know, maybe they've tried to reach the intent and somebody can convince me that was good enough. That's where I'm coming from.
Thank you, Chad. Anyone else? Mike.
Hi, yes, good morning, Rachel's here. I think it's definitely consistent with the spirit and purpose and intent of the ordinance. I believe they're providing some really good trees and whatnot to make up for the shortage of buffer space. But I think it's a great project, and I'm definitely for it.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? I share Mike's same comments. I think that the driveway is where it is. You know, looking at that, I think Barnett or that street at the south end has had some challenges. I have been over that way, visited this area. Probably presents a whole lot of different challenges that I understand that this seems like this lot is just a good alternative. I also agree that it does meet the purpose and intent. I think, you know, if you've seen that empty lot, you know, what's shown on these plans is much better than what's there now, definitely, but would be, as the applicant said, an improvement for that area. And, you know, like Chad said, the building is where it is. You can't get a driveway around it. That's just how it is. But you know, just given the code how it is now, they have to have parking for this type of reuse. And of course it is allowed. So you've got to get it back there somehow. I think this is a good alternative to whatever else could happen. But does anyone else have any thoughts or want to offer a motion?
Retchless. I'll offer a motion, please.
Okay.
I hereby make a motion that application number B210008, a request for a variance from the project boundary requirements on property located at 312 East Umstead Street and 1206 Dawkins Street, has successfully met the applicable requirements of the Unified Development Ordinance and is hereby granted subject to the following conditions. The improvement shall be substantially consistent with the plans and all information submitted to the board as part of this application.
All right, we've got a motion for approval by Mr. Retchless. Is there a second?
Wymore, second.
Got a second by Teacher Wymore. Susan, would you call everyone?
Will, I would like to clarify the seating. Again, it is Mr. Kipp, Mr. Meadows, Mr. Rogers, Mr. Retchless, Ms. Wymore, Mr. Tarrant, and Ms. Bouchane.
No.
I had Mr. Tarrant in for Ms. DeLacy and Ms. Bouchane in for Ms. Jeter.
Okay, so then that is the case. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, yeah.
Okay.
All right then.
Okay, so I'm going to call roll. Mr. Kipp,
Yes.
Mr. Meadows,
Yes.
Mr. Rogers,
Yes.
Mr. Retchless,
Yes.
Ms. Wymore,
Yes.
Mr. Tarrant,
Yes.
Ms. Bouchane.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
By a vote of 7-0, your request for a variance has been approved. We appreciate you coming for the BOA this morning. Wish you good luck. The next case on our agenda, B210016, has been removed. So we'll skip over that one. Susan, would you like to call the next case?
Case B21000017, a request for a variance from the street yard setback infill development standards. The subject site is located at 2700 Ashley Street, is zoned residential suburban and in the urban tier. This case has been advertised for the required period of time, and the property owners within 600 feet have been notified. Notarized affidavits verifying the sign postings and the letter mailings are on file. The seating for this case is Mr. Kipp, Mr. Meadows, Mr. Rogers, Mr. Retchless, Ms. Wymore, Mr. Tarrant, and Ms. Bouchane.
All right, thank you. Looking around. Walter, this is yours.
Yes, it is. Mr.
Okay.
Steve Jolly, I think, is coming over and should be here in a moment. And then I'm actually going to Mrs. Telly Lewis. I'm actually going to move her back because she's not involved in this case.
Okay. All right. So we've got two people in. Steve Jolly, I want to make sure we've got both of your names on here. Who do we have here?
Sandra Vanderlinde. I am Steve Jolly's spouse.
Okay. And all righty. And the gentleman here is Steve Jolly, I'm guessing.
Yes.
All right. All right. So if you plan on giving testimony, either one of you, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll give today is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I affirm. I affirm.
All right. And do you consent to this remote meeting platform? I'll need an answer from both of you.
Yes. Yes.
All righty then. Thank you so much. Eliza, you want to take it over?
Yes. And before we get started, can I ask the clerk, did she need the spelling of the last name, of Sandra's last name, or are you good to go, Susan? I'm going to take that as good to go. Okay, so I'm going to share my screen. Good morning again, everybody. Eliza Monroe here with the Planning Department. Planning staff requests that the staff report and all materials submitted at the public hearing be made part of the public record with any necessary corrections as noted.
So noted. Thank you.
Thank you. Case B21000017 is a request for a variance from the street yard setback infill development standards. The applicant is Steve Jolly, and the subject site is located at 2700 Ashley Street. The case area is highlighted in red on the screen. The subject site is zoned residential suburban 8 or RS8 within the Falls of Neuse Jordan Lake Watershed Protection Overlay District or the FJB protected area, and is located in the urban tier. As you'll notice, it is a corner lot, which will come into play here as we talk about the nature of the variance request. The site is currently vacant, as you can see in the aerial. Per UDO section 7.1.2B of the Unified Development Ordinance, the required street yard setback for a single family dwelling structure in the RS zoning district is 25 feet. So therefore, there would be a required 25 feet setback on Ashley Street as well as Stadium Drive, as this is a corner lot. However, there are additional street yard infill development standards found in UDO 6.8, which are applicable to this site, as it is a residentially zoned lot less than 4 acres located within the urban tier. Within the infill development standards, there's what's called a context area, and that is used to determine the required yards as well as the building height of the subject lot. The context area consists of existing residentially zoned structures along the same block face, or in this case, along Ashley Street in the 2700 block. The new development on the lot, subject to the infill standards, would have to use the street yard setback that is within the range of the existing street yards along the block face of Ashley. For a corner lot, the street yard shall be determined separately for each one, since there's only going to be one block face, in this case, Ashley. So for Stadium, they can determine that one separately. The ordinance allows the applicant to pick either the average street yard of the nearest 2 developed parcels along the same block face within the same zoning district, or the base zoning district requirement. And in this case, the other side of Ashley Street, which is going to be, there's a parcel there, it's an interestingly shaped parcel. So the street yard actually exceeds the base zoning district. So they chose the base zoning district, which is going to be lesser than. The applicant would like to put a house that's approximately 30 feet wide on the parcel. The width of the parcel is roughly 53 feet wide, and a minimum 9-foot side yard is required within the RS8 zoning district. Including the required 25-foot street yard on Stadium Drive, the remaining width of the buildable area is roughly 19 feet wide. Therefore, in order to have a 30-foot wide home as proposed by the applicant, the street yard along Stadium Drive will need to be reduced from a 25-foot street yard to a 14-foot street yard to accommodate the width of the home desired and meet all other dimensional standards. So essentially, to sum that up, the applicant is requesting an 11-foot variance to reduce the buffer of the street yard along Stadium Drive to 14 feet. UDO section 3.14.8 establishes 4 findings that the applicant must make in order for the board to grant a variance. These findings requiring approval are identified in the staff report, and the applicant's responses to the findings are identified in the application, both of which are within your packet. And staff will be available for any questions as needed during the hearing process.
Thanks, Eliza. That's good. Chad, you've got a question.
Wouldn't be a Board of Adjustment meeting if I didn't have a question. Thank you, Eliza. One quick question for you, and it does maybe require a little speculation. And if that's the case, then just let me know. My question is this: if Stadium Drive was treated as the front lot line for this piece of property, would it be necessary for them to have a variance?
If Stadium Drive was treated as the street yard for this property. So I'm going to go back actually to the context map, to give a little bit. So if Stadium Drive was treated as the front yard, or the street yard in this case, they would be able to place the structure within the range of homes located on Stadium Drive, that within that block face. So hypothetically, no, they would be in line with the other parcels along Stadium Drive. However, this parcel has a block face and street frontage to Ashley Street. So if it was on Stadium Drive, and if they were able to, if they had the Stadium Drive address and were known within that block face and that context area, I do not believe they would need a variance, as they would be within the range of the street yard setbacks along Stadium. And that's speculative because I'm not sure of the exact measurements of the houses on Stadium.
Sure, understood. And one follow-up question: who made the decision that this lot was addressed off of Ashley Street?
I believe that's something that would be during the original recording. This is a loud record that exists prior to the Unified Development Ordinance that was adopted in 2006. So my assumption would be the recording record, as well as possibly 911, E911, when they were giving out addresses.
Okay, last question, I swear. Is it possible for them to change the street address of the property so that it's addressed off the Stadium?
From what I understand, and I might reflect to those that are a little bit more familiar with addressing, the address that they have is the address that they have. And I believe that the changing of addresses is not really an encouraged practice, but unless another staff member knows differently, I believe 2700 Ashley is going to be the address.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Eliza?
I think Jessica might be able to chime in a little bit about the address.
Hello, this is Jessica Dockery from the Planning Department. We do not issue those addresses, but we do it in conjunction with E911 and GIS. And there are ways to re-address a property, but it will take into account some factors that we are not cognizant of. I would believe because Stadium is the busier road, it would make more sense for it to face Ashley, but there certainly appear to be houses along Stadium as well. So there's no hard and fast rule that I'm aware of that would keep them from using that address. Hopefully that helps a little bit.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jessica. All right, any other questions for staff? All right, would the applicant like to come forward? Mr. Jolly?
I don't have a great deal to add, except that as I think Eliza rightly noted, the residence across the street that is also a corner lot opposite Ashley, 2700 Ashley, is built in such a way that it has a very small street yard on Stadium. And the street yard that we would request on Stadium would actually be greater than what appears on the building across the street. Essentially, this was a mid-century modern neighborhood built by George Birmingham. In fact, the house then that we would intend to build would be consistent with the appearance both of the neighborhood, with the neighborhood that it would be a part of, assuming that it maintains its Ashley address.
All right. Does anybody have any questions for the applicant? Mr. Retchless?
Yes. Hi, Mr. and Mrs. Jolly. Did you hold off on making any plans for a house because you were hoping to get this approved first?
Correct. That's correct.
And just asking, do you plan on putting a driveway off Ashley Street?
I think we're required to. Of course we will. Our preference would be to have also a curb cut on Stadium, but I think we have to go to NCDOT for that request, so that we would effectively have sort of an L-shaped drive accessing both. But the Stadium request may be denied just as a result of it being such a busy street, which is acceptable to us.
How are you determining the proposed footprint on this plot?
I'm sorry, how are
you proposing this footprint that you drew in? I mean, how is this exactly what you're trying to build in the footprint with the measurements to the
within a probably within a 2 foot give or take 2 feet either direction. I mean, no, if anything, it would be a 28 foot versus a 30, but the length of the building would be very, very close to what we've proposed.
Gotcha. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Tisha.
Hi, Mr. Jolly. I have a quick question for you. Just a little clarity on the topography between this parcel and Stadium Drive. Is it level with that road, or is it above or below? Or?
No, it drops very drastically from the north side to the south side. And so our intent is to actually build up 1 story with basically a carport and some living space or storage space below.
I see. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Meadows.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Have you guys looked into the possibility of readdressing the site from Stadium Drive so that you don't have to get a variance?
We have not.
Okay. Thank you.
Natalie, did you have something?
I did, but Tisha asked it, so I'm good. Thanks.
Does anybody else have any questions for the applicants? All right, is there anyone here to speak against this case?
Planning Department staff, Eliza here. No one has signed up in opposition to speak against this case.
All right, thank you. Thank you. All right, then let's, if there are no further questions of the applicant, let's have some board discussion. Thoughts on this case? Mr. Tarrant?
Yeah, so I just looking at this proposal, sort of the surrounding area. You know, I know the application indicates that the proposed house is approximately 30 feet wide. I don't know that that's necessarily relevant in this particular case. I think just given the dimensions of the parcel, as Eliza summarized, leaving a remaining buildable area, buildable width, if you will, of 19 feet is, in my opinion, a significant hardship. I'm an older parcel that was platted many, many years ago. Also looking at the, you know, the adjacent properties, which has been mentioned several times along Stadium Drive with, you know, front setbacks off the stadium about 10 and 12 feet roughly. I feel like the proposal meets the spirit and intent of the ordinance.
Anyone else? Mr. Meadows?
I concur with Mr. Tarrant, and I'm ready to make a motion.
All right, hold off for one moment. Does anyone else have anything? Mr. Retchless?
Yeah, I think there's definitely some legal limitations created by other entities, and I'm ready to vote on this.
All right. Anyone else have any final thoughts? All right, Mr. Meadows, you have a motion?
I hereby make a motion that application B21-00017, a request for a variance from the street yard setback infill development standards on property located at 2700 Ashley Street, has successfully met the applicable requirements of the Unified Development Ordinance and is hereby granted, subject to the following conditions: that the improvements be substantially consistent with the plans and all information submitted to the board as part of the application.
We've got a motion for approval by Mr. Meadows. Is there a second?
Retchless, second.
Second from Mr. Retchless. Susan, would you call the board?
Mr. Retchless,
Yes.
Ms. Wymore,
Yes.
Mr. Tarrant,
Yes.
Ms. Beauchene,
Yes.
Mr. Rogers,
Yes.
Mr. Kipp,
Yes.
Mr. Meadows.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
By a vote of 7-0, your request for a variance has been approved. We thank you for coming before the BOA this morning and wish you the best of luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good day. All right. Susan, would you like to go ahead and call the next case?
Case B21-00018, a request for a variance from the maximum fence height to allow a height of 6 feet along the street frontage. The subject site is located at 5131 Grandale Drive, is zoned residential suburban and in the suburban tier. This case has been advertised for the required period of time, and property owners within 600 feet have been notified. Notarized affidavits verifying the sign postings and letter mailings are on file. And the seating for this case would be Mr. Kipp, Mr. Meadows, Mr. Rogers, Mr. Retchless, Ms. Wymore, Mr. Tarrant, and Ms. Beauchene.
All right. Do we have the applicants on? Switched over.
Hi, can you guys hear us?
I can hear you, can't see you.
Oh, okay. We have our our camera on and we can see you. Hold on one second. Join with video. We got kicked out like 5 seconds ago. It said that we timed out, so we had to jump right back in. Sorry about that. Okay. Okay, can you guys hear us now?
Yeah, we can hear you. Just can't see you. All right. So Tilly, who is with you over there? So just so we know for the record, who all is. We may have lost them. Are you there?
It also looks like they may have something blocking their camera because they're showing up as if their camera is on. So if we get them back, we may want to ask them about that.
Yeah, I thought about that. Maybe it's something blocking.
Hi, can you guys hear us okay?
Yes. Wondering about your camera. Do you have something blocking it there, or it looks like it's on, but it's just blocked?
Not that I can tell. We're looking at it. I mean, we see all of you guys, but we don't see ourselves either.
All right. So can you tell us who's with you so that we have this for the record?
Sure. This is Zara Lewis, and my husband Telly Lewis is here with me as well. We're both the homeowners.
Zara, did you get that, Susan? We have, just want to make sure we have that. All right. Well, we'll need both of you to raise your right hand. We'll do the oath. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll give today is the truth and nothing but the truth? I'll need to hear from both of you.
Yes.
Yes.
And do you consent to the remote meeting platform? I'll need to also an answer from both of you.
Yes.
Yes.
All right. Thank you. Cole, is this one yours?
Yes, it is.
I'll turn it over to you.
All right. Good morning. I'm Cole. Bye. Okay, so there it goes. Sorry, I was frozen for a moment. Good morning. I'm Cole Reniger, representing the planning department. Planning staff requests the staff report and all materials at the public hearing to be made part of the public record with any necessary corrections as noted.
So noted. Thank you, sir.
I'm sorry, give me 1 second. Computer. Case B 21-00018 is a request for a variance from the requirements that the fence height can only be up to 4 feet along the street, Randall Drive. The applicant wishes to instead place a 6-foot fence. The case area is highlighted in red. The site is in the suburban tier. Residential suburban RS10 is within the city of Durham's jurisdiction. The existing use is a single-family residence. Telly Lewis, applicant and co-owner, requests a variance from the requirements that fence height can only be up to 4 feet along the street, Randall Drive, and wishes to instead place a 6-foot fence per Unified Development Ordinance UDO Section 9.9.1A. The maximum height along a street frontage in the suburban tier is 4 feet. Staff will be available for any questions as needed during the hearing process.
All right. Does anybody have any questions for Cole? Chad, do you have one?
I do. Thank you. Good morning, Cole. It said that there is an existing fence on this property. I assume that is the fence that is shown at the back of the structure. There is not currently a fence around the perimeter of the property today. Is that accurate?
That is accurate.
And this applicant is seeking to surround the property with a fence along the perimeter. Is that accurate?
I'm not sure about the whole perimeter. I'll let the applicant answer that. But I know they do plan to put one in the front.
Do we have any sort of plan or any sort of placement about or notion about where the fence would be placed? Has that been provided as part of the application materials?
It is not. The applicant does have some photos and some videos, but I don't know if that'll show where
the fence. Hi, the fence would be around the perimeter of our home along our property line.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions for staff? Cole. Mr. Tarrant.
This is kind of a two-part question, one for the applicant and then two for Cole. I guess, will the fence cross the driveway? Will there be gates along the driveway?
Yes, there will.
Okay, and then for Cole, then would, required stacking distances be required for those gates?
So yes, so if there is a gate across the driveway, the required spaces, stacking spaces would be required. The driveway looks as it may be long enough to meet those requirements.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, any other questions for Cole before we hear from the applicants? All right, then we will turn it over to the applicants. Either one of you would like to give us an idea on what you're proposing here and where, or anything else you'd like to share with us.
Sure. So I guess my husband and I are residents of Durham, and our home is situated on a 0.34 acre triangle shaped corner lot. Our parcel is uniquely shaped with a state road, Grandale Drive in front of us, and a private road, Daisy Road, behind our home, which is owned by a separate HOA community. The majority of our land is located in the front and side of our home, and our family, including young children and 2 dogs, both of whom are quite active and one of whom is quite large, have been living in the home for over 5 years. And during that time, we've seen a major increase in the population and traffic along Grandale Drive and Daisy Road. We've observed an increase in crimes, including home burglary. We've experienced vandalism and trespassing ourselves. And we've also witnessed an array of wild and domesticated animals running loose throughout our community, even on our property. In order to ensure the safety of our family, we're looking to install a 6-foot fence around the perimeter of our home, including on our frontage road. We would be installing a black aluminum white vinyl combination fence, which are higher quality products to ensure that the home and neighborhood look aesthetically pleasing. And just to give you a little bit of background, our family recently installed security cameras, which help provide us with automatic updates on the crime stats in our neighborhood. And we've been becoming increasingly concerned about the increase in crime. Adding to our strong concerns, most recently, our next door neighbor's home was robbed with her back door kicked in at 6 p.m. on a weekday when my entire family was home. We believe the individual entered from the front lawn because none of our back cameras were triggered. We also recently experienced trespassing on our property, and when we called the police, they didn't arrive until almost an hour later. By then, the trespassers had already gone, but the way that they entered our property was by jumping the 4-foot fence that's adjacent home that belongs to the neighboring HOA. For these reasons, for these set of reasons, we feel strongly that a 6-foot fence would provide our family with a lot more security. We've also seen that many residents in our neighborhood, including us, are dog owners. Many of them walk their dogs on the sidewalk along the street and along Grandale Drive. Others prefer to walk their dogs directly in front of our home. There are countless individuals who live in the neighboring HOA who also have very large dogs that they walk around the back and perimeter of our home along Daisy Drive. Oftentimes, we see these dogs loose without their owners roaming the neighborhood. And on several occasions, our neighbors' dogs got loose and ran directly onto our property from Grandale Drive. We also have our own large dog who's jumped a 4-foot fence in the past, and we just want to ensure that his safety as well as the public safety is taken into consideration. Having a higher fence would eliminate the possibility of our dog escaping and possibly getting hit by oncoming traffic, as well as any of our neighboring animals being able to enter our property via Grandale Drive. To add more context, directly in front of our home, there's also a bus stop for school-age children, and we feel that having a large fence would help to protect them as well. Overall, the increased traffic on Grandale has led to a lot more individuals speeding along Grandale. We've witnessed this directly on our security cameras, and in fact, our own home property was vandalized twice, once in front of our home on Grandale Drive, where our mailbox and garbage can were destroyed, and a second time on the corner of Grandale Drive and Daisy Road, where our land and trespassing sign were destroyed. We're often awoken by the sound of constant traffic on Grandale.
Ms. Lewis, I think we may have lost you.
we do feel it'll help reduce it a little bit.
I think you're back.
Okay, great.
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay, awesome. Sorry about that. I think just to wrap things up, we're just hoping that by granting this request and allowing us to install a 6-foot fence on our frontage road, the board would be helping to keep our family, our pets, and the community more safe. And you'd also be helping to provide our family with more solace and the ability to really enjoy the entirety of our home and our property.
Thank you, Ms. Lewis. Chad has had his hands up first. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So a quick question. The fence placement, let me back up and be sure that I'm understanding everything that's at play here. I understand you want to surround the property with a fence. I understand that a 6-foot fence is permissible along lot lines that are not adjacent to the street. It's the fence that is adjacent to the street request for that to be 6 feet that's triggering the variance. So to my question, can you give me a sense of approximately where the fence would be located relative to your lot line? Is it on the lot line? Is it far? Is it inward from the lot line?
It would be. We're looking to put it on the lot line.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Natalie.
Are there any HOA requirements that you have to meet for a 6-foot fence line?
We're not part of an HOA. There's a neighboring HOA, but we're individual homeowners. We're not part of the homeowners association. So there's no additional rules besides the cities that we would need to ensure that we abide by.
Okay, and you're talking about a 6-foot, the whole perimeter will be 6 feet, not lower in the front, right?
That is correct.
Okay.
Mike.
Yes, I believe I saw in the application materials that the fence was going to be chain link, and then if I heard you correctly, it sounded like it's proposed to be some combination of black aluminum and white vinyl.
That's correct. It was never supposed to be chain link. It's always been a black aluminum fence along the front of the property, and vinyl, like white vinyl, along the sides and the back. So no chain link at all.
Like an aluminum picket fence in the front, and then more of a white chatterbox style fence in the rear.
That is correct. Yes.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Any other questions for the applicant? Mr. Retchless?
Yes. Did I hear you say you were proposing to cover the concrete driveway?
We're looking to put a gate along the concrete driveway.
Is this a sliding gate or an outward, pivoting gate? Can you give me a little detail?
It's going to be an outward pivoting gate, basically.
So that'll have to probably pivot inside, being you're pretty close to that road and it's a pretty wide driveway.
That's right. I think I recall when the fence person came over that they had recommended the same, that it should swing inwards towards the home.
Right.
Do you have any more material here to show us, what that fence looks like, where it's really going to go?
It's generally going to go right on the property line. That's what we were hoping. And the aluminum fence is just going to drop right in front of the right there on the property line, with the gate
being on the concrete driveway. So if you would imagine just an aluminum picket fence along Grandale Drive from left to right, and then the rest of the triangle shape that you see along the back and the side of the home would essentially be white vinyl. And we're looking to secure the whole perimeter of the home, so it would be placed right on the property line.
So this brick and wood sign also at the corner there on that corner, is that like to recognize the neighborhood? Are you covering that up?
That's going to be, so that brick and wood sign, we've already spoken, I guess, to, we've had like our real estate person who's described to us that the brick and wood sign was essentially put in there when Settlers Mill several years ago used to be an HOA. There's actually a couple of brick and wood signs on the Settlers Mill part of the neighborhood. I think there's about 3 or 4 additional ones, but Settlers Mill is no longer an HOA, and so he had indicated that it would not be an issue for us to cover it. We just are not going to break it. We're just going to put our fence alongside it.
So behind it.
That is correct. Yeah.
Gotcha. So I just got to ask, if you, I know you're only going 2 feet up, but if you tried to design something a little less, I don't know what the word to call it, like maybe a 4 foot in the front and a 6 foot along the sides and the back, is that it's going to be 6 foot all the way around, correct?
Yeah, we have a large dog. He's a Rottweiler, and we just wanted to have him have access to our property the same way our family has access to the property. And the only way we can, I guess, have this or have him wander around the whole property is to put it around the perimeter. And we just feel that that would be more sufficient than just, fence in the back. It would give him more territory to roam.
Right. And we've also, as mentioned, we've experienced personally people trespass on our property by jumping a 4-foot fence. And so that just adds to our concern, not just with the pets, but also with individuals as well.
And I would like to say, the things that you're referencing, we do have pictures and videos. If you guys would like to see those, please let me know.
Yes, I would, please. Thank you.
Okay,
And thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to start off with the pictures since they're easier to share, and then go to the videos from there. Just you guys are just aware. They're opening. So here is the crime grade that they were referencing earlier, about other video camera captures the crime. That's the website for the dog fence. Here's the mailbox, I believe, vandalism.
That's correct.
As well as the other vandalism they experienced. And then I'll show the videos, but pulled up separately, so give me a few seconds. Here's just a short traffic video of the increased traffic.
Yeah, and here you could even see someone walking their dog that gets picked directly up off of his feet from the traffic, and he falls onto the ground. It's just, and it's like that all day long.
And then there is also an additional video of the trespassing over the 4-foot fence.
Yeah, they had climbed over that 4-foot fence and were on the back of our property right there.
And this video, is there any else happening on this video, Telly? Or is it just a long video?
Yeah, it's just a longer video.
Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and pause this so there's no more jumping back and forth.
Thank you, Cole. Now, Tisha, did you have a question? I saw your hand up.
No, it was answered by
One of my
Rex's question. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Chad?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a question for the applicant. So essentially the rationale, the basis for the variance that you're requesting, which is again, the 6 feet along the front yard, is that you don't believe that a 4-foot fence would be sufficient to contain your dog. Is that accurate?
Not only our dog, but I believe our neighbors' animals as well. We live directly across the street from several families who have large pets themselves, who have wandered onto our property a couple times. And so we believe a 6-foot fence would secure not only our family, but also our pets.
Have you seen those animals on on neighbors' property as well?
Yes, we have.
Yes.
Okay.
We actually submitted a video of the dog roaming, but I think because there might have been a little like there, I think the resident was also slightly in the video, and so unfortunately we weren't able to submit that for privacy concerns. But there have been countless times where the dogs are roaming onto our property, sometimes onto the neighbors, but because we're directly across the street, they tend to wander directly onto ours across Grandale.
Thank you.
Any other questions for the applicant? All right. Oh, Mike.
Muted.
I think you're muted, Mike.
Sorry, Rachel's here. Do we know the setback off the street from the front of the house? Like, what is that from the property line to the street? What is that distance? Do we know?
It looks about their driveway. From not necessarily the brick steps, but from the covered porch, it looks to be about 36 feet.
So from the property line of their property line to the street?
To the edge of the pavement.
To the edge of the pavement.
I don't have the exact measurements there.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Tarrant.
Just had a follow-up question for Cole, just to make sure I fully understood this. As long as the fence was in line with the building line, it could be 6 feet tall by right without the variance around both the side and the rear portions of the property, right? It's only if it's closer to the street than the building line.
That's correct. That's correct. For like the side that is facing the back of the property. So it could extend left along Grandale, but then it could not go in front of the front building line.
Thank you.
All right, any further questions for the applicant or Cole? All right, well, let's have some discussion. Cole, would you mind stop sharing?
Sure.
All right, any thoughts on this case?
This is Chad. So I'm a no on this one. I'm not sure where the fence is going to be. I don't know what the fence is going to look like. I haven't seen any compelling evidence that there's a hardship here that's not endured by other members of the community. Applicant mentioned that the dogs in question that are coming onto their property are also coming onto other neighbors' property. And I'm not sure that a 4-foot versus a 6-foot fence I don't know that the extra increment of 2 foot of fence is going to make that much of is going to enable a dog to get into their yard or not. Certainly they could have a 6-foot fence in their front yard as long as it was behind the front building facade elevation. Based on the testimony and evidence I've received, I'm not sure that they've met the test of hardship, and that's my stance. I'm happy to hear people tell me I'm crazy.
Sorry, staff would like to interject. We do have an approximate measurement from the street pavement to the property line. It is about 20 feet, just to add that information.
Thank you, Cole. Is there any opposition, Chairman?
Thank you. Is there anyone here speaking against this?
No one has registered to speak.
I think Mike, you had your hand up first.
I'm inclined to agree with Mr. Meadows. I'm very sympathetic and hate that the applicant has experienced the issues of crime and violence that they have on their property. But I think from a development ordinance standpoint, I don't know that that's necessarily a hardship that we can evaluate and point to specific parts of the Unified Development Ordinance. So I likewise am not sure that there's a hardship that exists related to the parcel itself, to which we can evaluate this variance. So.
Can I speak for a moment?
Um,
I'm just wondering how it's I guess I'm just wondering how a hardship if majority of our property is in the front of our home. The back, like the way that our property is shaped is a very strange triangle shape. And we can't even enjoy our 0.34 acres that we are paying property taxes on. Our animals can't enjoy it. We're not feeling comfortable with our children enjoying it because we've firsthand experienced trespassing by individuals, and we have firsthand experienced animals on the front of our property. And so all we want to do is be able to enjoy that property, and we feel that our request is in the spirit of what we're trying to do and to keep the neighborhood safe. We certainly wouldn't want to be held liable. We know that our dog specifically has jumped over the 4-foot fence before. And if that's the case, we just want to make sure that everybody's safe. And so we think it would be a little bit neglectful to not approve the increase to a 6-foot fence, especially being that the fence is, it's an aluminum fence that can be seen through. We're getting higher quality materials. All that we're asking is to be able to enjoy our home that we've paid taxes on for the past 5 years, and to allow and to keep our neighborhood safe as well in the process.
Thank you, Ms. Lewis. Natalie, did you have something? You had your hand up.
I did. My question was about opposition, but then I think Tarrant asked that, so I'm good. Thanks.
Thank you. Tisha, you have something?
Well, I just want to continue with some discussion, I suppose, with the rest of the board. And in my feeling, after hearing the testimony about the fence materials, I believe that, they are doing what they need to do to, meet the stacking requirement for the driveway. And also the fence type is in compliance, I want to say, with the type of fence that people will have in their front yards versus their privacy fences in the backyard. So I believe that they're trying to maintain compliance with the UDA as much as possible. But I want to speak in favor of having that barrier between trespassers coming on your property and big dogs also, because I believe I'm in favor of fences because of animals wandering into the street, potential for children to be, also getting in the street, and also people coming onto property. So I'm in favor of the type of fencing they're trying to put there and also what they're trying to do.
Thank you, Tisha. I want to, I got a couple of things that I think the issue here is safety. They've provided some evidence that demonstrates some issues. I also think that this is a peculiar piece of property because it's on this corner that their neighbor doesn't necessarily share. Or even the guy 2 doors down may not share. It's not the same thing as next door. It's just a peculiar piece that even has road frontage on both sides. You can see that, and I've visited. I drove past this site on Sunday. So as I do on all of our cases, but I see this as a safety issue. I think that the issue at hand is a 4-foot over a 2-foot. I don't really see an issue with that. Also, I think it'd be different And maybe I'd feel a little bit different if it was this, this 6-foot wood privacy fence along the front. We've seen those in places before. I mean, this is, white vinyl fencing is I'm sure to look really good in front of their homes, and I'm sure that that sounds like they've kind of gone through all kinds of materials and researched what would be a good option. Also think that this is a safety thing, not only with pets, but I would sure want to, given where this property is located, I don't know if I'd want somebody walking through my yard when I've got a young one outside that's playing or trying to ride a bicycle or anything else. I think that's an issue. I could see how that could be an issue. So from a safety standpoint, and also with the peculiar placement, or I would say location of this, with an angle of where where the entrance sign is, I guess, for the neighborhood, with that kind of angle, I think that I could see how I'm in favor of that, just because we're talking 2 feet. You could see through the fence. It's not going to be, we've talked about this around the perimeter. I don't think it's unreasonable. That's my thoughts. Chad, you've got something?
I don't. The issue is, they could have a fence. Nobody's saying they can't have a fence. It turns on the issue of the extra 2 feet, and it turns on the issue of presentation of evidence about why that extra 2 feet is necessary. I'm not moved that the rationale for the additional 2 feet has met the standard. That's all. I agree with everything you said, and their right to safety, and they can have a fence, and there's nothing that stops them from doing that. They could even have a 6-foot fence in the front yard, as long as it was behind the front facade plane. The issue is, what's the standard, and what's the requirement, and what's the evidence about why the requirement can't be met? And that's where I'm coming from.
I feel like they did show evidence of that, video evidence and pictures. Those are my thoughts. Anyone else? Mr. Retchels?
These are the hard variances. I hate to even consider. This is a hard one. Yeah, there's a safety issue, no doubt. I wish I had more evidence backing up why 2 feet would make more sense. And substantial justice also plays a part, as in, if this variance is approved, then everybody else in that neighborhood can have a 6-foot fence going down the front of their property. That's what substantial justice is in this case. I would like to see just a little more accommodation to the neighborhood and your neighbors. Being there's nobody here to speak against it, I want the fairness of approving this with more evidence.
I just wanted to mention that our home facing the frontage road of Grandale Drive is not quite common. If you drive along Grandale Drive, most of the neighbors' homes are faced inwards. So the sides of their homes are located along Grandale, but not the frontage. The frontage road, there's ourselves, our neighbor, and there's one additional home, just really the only 3 of our homes that are facing the frontage road of Grandale. And so I feel that this is also a very unique situation whereby most of those individuals whose homes are not facing Grandale have 6-foot fences, but it's just along the side of their home versus the frontage road of their home. And so it is a little bit more unique in this circumstance.
Ms. Lewis, do you have any evidence supporting what you just said?
I don't know if, can we share like a Google Maps? Or I don't know if it's possible for anyone to share a Google map, because you can certainly see the homes. And
Directly across from us on Grandel is situated on the side, in which they have a 6-foot right there, less than, I would say, what would you say, maybe few feet from the street. So
I don't know if anyone's, if it's possible, Cole or anyone, to share Google Maps, but if anyone even just types in our home address and just looks at the street view, you can go along the street view and you'll see my home with 2 homes adjacent to us to the left. And we're the only 3 homes that face Grandale Drive. If you zoom and go straight down Grandale in one direction, you'll see that there's no homes facing Grandale. If you go in the other direction across Grandale, you're going to see that there's no homes facing Grandale. All of the homes are in the streets that are adjacent to Grandale, and they all face inwards. And so we're really the only 3 frontage homes for several blocks going in one direction and for several blocks going the other. It's quite a long stretch for you to see. That's why these homes stand out quite a bit, because they're literally facing the frontage road.
Are those
Staff's working on pulling up an aerial, so we'll have that shortly.
Great. And I also just want to make a mention, you'd mentioned that it's only 2 feet and there's no evidence showing that the 2 feet would make a difference, but we do have videos. Yeah, so you can see our picture, the corner home, and those are the 2 homes next to us. And then everything else, all of those other homes are facing the adjacent streets by Settlers Mill. If you see directly across our home, the side home directly across the street from us, that's a 6-foot fence right there, but it's the side of his home, so it's not an issue, right? If you go across, you'll see several homes the same way. They're all kind of tucked in with the side of their property line having the 6-foot fences. But there's nothing really on Grandale. If you go along one way and you go along the other, you'll just see that those are our 3 homes that face with our frontage road facing Grandale. So it is quite unique in that way.
You know, and another thought I had was that these property owners, the neighbors were notified about this.
Correct.
And I would hope, I certainly hope that the applicant has talked with at least a few of them about it. I wouldn't mind hearing a little bit more in a moment about that, but they also had the opportunity to attend this meeting. And they were given, you know, many of these were probably not probably, they were served with notice of this. So, you know, nobody shows up to show support for a case. They always show up to oppose a case. That's generally what we see. So, and we all know this. But so I'm not sure. I have no issue with that. Ms. Lewis, do you want to talk about any, you know, just a quick, briefly, any discussions? And you can't necessarily tell us what neighbors have told you, but have you had any discussions with your neighbors about this?
Yes, we have several times. Most recently, we had discussions with a lot more neighbors than we had ever known before, mainly because, as I mentioned, the home directly next door to us had a home invasion just a couple of months ago. And so when that happened to her, we had worked with the Durham City Police Department to try and organize a meeting with all of our neighbors to see, like, to think about ways that we may be able to get a couple of signs out and, you know, just keep our neighborhood a little bit more safe. And in order to get the neighbors to dial into the call, we walked door to door to all of our neighbors and explained to them what happened and explained to them that we're just trying to kind of mobilize the community. And at the same time, we had also spoken to them about our concerns regarding how these people were able to get onto our neighbor's property, and discussion of our 6-foot fence had taken place during that time as well with several neighbors, and nobody seemed to oppose it. They actually thought it was a great idea for us to have a 6-foot fence. So yeah, we did have many discussions.
And since they're not here, we can't really take that, but I appreciate you answering that. All right, Cole, would you mind stop sharing, and let's for the folks who have an issue with this, we have the option of continuing this case another month. But can you give us some specifics on if we were to continue, exactly what you're looking for on?
This is Chad, and I would like to suggest the possibility that the applicant have an opportunity to come back with some additional information about where the fence is located relative to the lot line and the street, so that we
If
can,
the fence is directly on our property line, would that change anything? Because we're pretty much want to put it directly on our property line, so I'm not sure what we can bring in that would change that plan.
I have nothing else to say. Thank you.
Mr. Retros, or Terrence, Mike, I'm sorry.
Yes, again, I don't have any issue with the additional height of the fence. I think my concern still is surrounding the fencing in the front yard, right? All of the references that were discussed around the surrounding properties. If you look at the front yards, the fencing still starts at the building line and then meets ordinance requirements. Looking at the size of the parcel, over 50% of the parcel is behind the front building line, and that fence is allowed at 6 feet by right. So I'm still having a hard time understanding how surrounding the entire property with a 6-foot fence, 6-foot tall fence, is meeting the spirit and intent of the ordinance, right? I think I understand the safety concerns. I understand large dogs can jump fences that are 4 feet high. I'm just having a hard time really understanding how we're meeting the spirit and the intent of the ordinance by surrounding the front yard with the fence.
All right. Okay. Does anybody else have issues with this? Hey, Mike.
I'd like to just see some more, I'd like to see a plan. I'd like to see how the gate's going to work. I'd like to see, a plan. That's where I'm at. And I'm welcome to have them come back and I see a little more polished version of what they're trying to do. But I'm having a hard time with this.
Thank you. Mr. and Mrs. Lewis, you don't have the votes to approve your variance today. So we'll, you kind of got an idea on what we can do. I encourage you to stick it through. I know that these process is something that the average homeowner does not go through often and can seem very arduous and time consuming. And sometimes it doesn't make sense. I totally understand. But if you'd like, we could certainly continue your case until next month, and maybe you guys could just come up with a quick drawing of where you'd like to put this and a little bit of information, and then we could hear it again next month at I think it's our June 27th meeting. Are you okay with that?
To be perfectly honest, we're not okay with it. We're a little confused as to why these gentlemen are having a difficult time understanding our safety concerns with our pets as well as our children. But more importantly, the fact that we're homeowners and we pay for our property, and the fact that we are not allowed to put a fence up in front of just 2 feet in front of our home to secure the safety of our children as well as our pets, and to say that does not meet a hardship, considering the fact that we're sitting over here with a triangle shaped parcel. We're just trying to be great residents in our community, and we're trying to avoid any type of issues moving forward. I have a large dog, like I said, and I'm trying to maintain his safety as well as my children. And if these gentlemen can't understand that, I really don't understand that. We made it very clear. We wanted a vinyl fence in the back, vinyl fence on the side, and aluminum fence in the front, all 6 feet. I don't understand why.
I
And I'm
totally,
also, I'm just not clear on what else we can come back with. I mean, we brought videos and pictures. Our home personally has been vandalized and trespassed. I just don't know what else we can bring back because we certainly don't feel like it's been 5 years. We haven't put up a fence. Our kids haven't been able to be out there and enjoy it. So I just don't know what else we can bring.
I totally, I understand and sympathize with your frustrations, honestly, and I will say that there is a war on private property rights, and this is an issue, and I do agree with you. If you would, the staff are more than willing and able to talk with you about this, and maybe can help you. I'll give you some direction on this, but I think right now we need either a motion to continue or a motion to approve. And I think we, think there, we could get by with a motion to continue the case so we can have this next month. Is there a motion to continue?
This is Meadows. I'll make a motion that we continue this case to our next regular meeting.
O'Shane, second.
Second by Natalie. Susan, I call everyone.
Mr. Kipp,
Yes.
Mr. Meadows,
Yes.
Mr. Rogers,
Yes.
Mr. Retchless,
Yes.
Ms. Wymore,
Yes.
Mr. Tarrant,
Yes.
Ms. Boshane.
Yes.
All right.
Motion carries 7-0.
We'll hear this case again at our next meeting. Mr. and Mrs. Lewis, I appreciate your time this morning. We'll continue it next month. Thank you. All right. Before our next case, would we like to take a 10-minute break, or would that be okay with everyone? 10 minutes. Mike, you got something?
No, yes, please. Thank you.
You were thinking the same thing. All right.
Yes.
And Tisha, I know you've got to leave before we break. Do you want to go ahead and leave now? And we'll have Jessica sit in on your spot.
Well, I don't have to leave until like 10 minutes before 12, but.
Well, I think we'll anticipate this case going a little after that.
Oh, boo. Okay. All right.
All right. Well, I just wanted to just run that by you. All right. Well, we'll come back. It is 10:17. Let's just make it an even 10:30, 13 minutes. All right. We'll see you at 10:30.
Hey, Jacob. Oh.
Hi. You're on mute.
Can I sit in still and just not vote until I need to leave, or do you want me just to not?
I think you're welcome. Brian, is that?
Well, just tell me after the break. I'll be.
I mean, that's fine. She can listen to the case. She just can't deliberate.
Yeah.
So, whoever is going to be sitting in her place will have to also listen because they're going to have to deliberate. But she's certainly entitled to sit there and listen if she would like to do that.
Okay.
Yeah, just because I don't have to leave until almost noon. That's all. I just feel like I should do it.
All right, but if for some reason the case is concluded before she has to leave, she still cannot deliberate because she's not going to be seated for the case.
Got it.
Right.
Got it.
And Tisha, you can always watch on YouTube as well. It's streaming right now, so if that's an option too.
Okay. No, it's just that I intended to be here until almost noon. So. But that's okay. I'll just go. Thanks.
It was good seeing you. All right. Well, thanks again. Welcome back.
Here, Jacobs, this is Chris Peterson from staff. I have a quick question. So we have a lot of people registered to speak for this next case, but some may not intend to actually speak. If I might suggest, can we possibly do a ask everyone to, if they do intend to speak and give testimony today, to raise their hand, so that way we can just bring in those who do have intention to participate, and so we don't have to take an oath for everyone who's not going to be sharing today.
Okay, that's a good idea. Are you going to want to bring those over now?
Yeah, it's easier to just bring them all over now, and I see hands actually already going up. So if you could just give us just a few minutes and bring those individuals over, and just bear with me 1 minute. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. I think everyone, Jessica, you'll be seated on this case.
And I believe I have everybody. We do have one caller, individual ending in 1855. Do you press *9 or *6 if you intend to speak at this hearing? Can you repeat that again? I think you cut out mid.
This is Jim Vickery. I'm trying to join this meeting. I've been requesting to be heard. I've been asking for an access number to get online. Cole Regner knows that I've been trying to get on. I just hadn't been given the access.
Okay, I'll communicate with Cole Reniger and see if we can get you a link. And so we'll send that to you. Does Cole Reniger have your email?
He does.
Okay, I will communicate with him and hopefully have you over shortly. And this is the last call to anyone else in the lobby. If you would like to speak on this meeting, please raise your hand so that we can bring you over. All right, Chair, I believe that's everyone, and we'll work on this last individual to bring them in as well. Just make sure they have their link, but I believe this is everyone who intends to speak today.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chris. So anyone who does plan to speak will need your video on. But first, Susan, would you call this case?
Yes, case B21-00019, a request for a minor special use permit for a significant alteration to an approved minor special use permit. The subject site is located at 1004 North Mangum Street, is zoned residential urban and residential urban and in the urban tier. This case has been advertised for the required period of time, and property owners within 600 feet have been notified. Notarized affidavits verifying the sign postings and letter mailings are on file. And to verify the seating for this case, It is Mr. Kipp, Mr. Meadows, Mr. Rogers, Mr. Retchless, Ms. Major, Mr. Tarrant, and Ms. Bouchane.
All right, thank you. I'm gonna quickly go over our procedure again, just so everybody knows. I know this is quite different from a city council meeting or a planning commission meeting. The Board of Adjustment is quasi judicial, so it's much like a court proceeding. So it's a little different, and we're going to follow our this process that I lay out here. Again, first, the staff will present this case. Secondly, the applicant presents their evidence. Then the next would be the opponents present their evidence. Then the applicant can, at that time, provide a rebuttal. And then cross-examination, if requested, can occur, much like a court proceeding. And then we will, after the board asks questions to all questions answered, excuse me, from the applicant and opponents, the board will go into deliberation. And at this time, the members themselves can ask questions to certain individuals, but at that time, we'll no longer take questions. And we also ask, and we put it in the chat just now, if multiple people are providing the same or similar testimony, we ask to kind of reduce the redundancy of maybe appoint someone who can give that testimony. And we certainly can, since we've got everybody on the screen, we can either see you with a hand raised or something like that, or nod your head to show that you support whatever is being said. Individuals who are not subject experts will get 2 minutes to provide testimony. That's something that's different about a BOA. We make decisions based on, or we have to make decisions based on findings of fact, and that's what we're going to go today. So, Bo, I've got to. How did I get on this spotlight? Maybe not. I don't know how this happened. I need to.
That was Chris Peter. With so many people, I was trying to spotlight just the speakers.
Okay, I'm gonna go to the gallery real quick, just so I'm gonna have to administer the oath. So whoever plans on speaking today, everyone will need to take the oath, and so I'm going to administer it to each one. I'll call you individually to get your answers, and then we're going to move forward. So if you'll raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll give today is the truth and nothing but the truth? James Caldwell.
I affirm.
Diane Rodelli, are you speaking?
I would have Jenny Seitz speak on my behalf.
Okay, thank you. Just going through the list. Sorry, guys. Virginia Seitz. Virginia, you're on mute. I'm sorry, we didn't hear you.
Sorry. Yes, I affirm.
All right, Grayson Bauer.
Yes, I affirm.
Adam Hale. Hi, Hale.
Yes, I affirm.
Amy Hurwitz.
Yes, I affirm.
Frank Gray.
I do.
Andrew Hilton.
Yes, I affirm.
Julia Gartrelli.
I affirm.
The person on the phone ending in 1885. Chris, what's the *9? Jim Vickers.
Start 6 to unmute, Mr. Vickers, and we just sent the invite for you as well.
*6. All right, we'll come back. Angel Escobar.
Yes.
Kimberly Glenn.
I affirm.
Vince Vincent.
I affirm.
Joyce Fenton McGill.
I affirm, and I'm going to have Julia Gartrell speak on my behalf.
All right, we will. All right, Susan Johns.
I affirm.
Jane Lear.
I affirm, and Julia Gartrell will be speaking on my behalf as well.
Thank you. Kevin Franks. Got it. Yeah, got you on mute.
Sorry. I affirm, and I will have Julia speak on my behalf as well.
All righty. Ruby Tompkins. Got you on mute. There we go.
Affirm.
All right. Nicholas Levy.
I affirm and will also have Julia Gartrell speak on my behalf.
All right. Just before we do it, should these, okay, never mind. Gene Howard.
I affirm.
Mike Torrance.
I affirm.
Frank Borden.
I affirm.
Rachel Wilson.
I affirm, and Julia Gatrell will be speaking on my behalf.
Thank you. Rebecca Conrad.
I affirm Julia Gartrell will be speaking on my behalf as well.
Jacob.
I affirm Julie Gartrell will be speaking on my behalf as well.
Thank you. Jim Baker.
I do.
And then we've got Lucia Constantine. All right. Laura Morrison, did we get you?
I affirm, and Julia Gartrell will be speaking on my behalf.
All right. I think I got everyone. I'm just quickly going over everybody. All right. Now, the next thing we have to do is the next question is, do you consent to this remote meeting platform? I'm going to go through everybody as well. James Caldwell.
I consent.
Diane Rodelli.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear that.
Consenting to this remote meeting platform.
Yes, I do. Thank you.
Sorry, guys. Amy Hurwitz.
Consent. Excuse me, I consent.
Adam Haley. Hale.
I consent.
Grayson.
I do.
Virginia.
I consent.
Mr. Escobar.
Consent.
I think I got that. Julia Gartrell.
Consent.
Andrew Hilton.
I consent.
Frank Gray.
I consent.
Messed it up. Kimberly Glenn.
I consent.
Vince Vincent.
I consent.
Ruby Tompkins.
I consent.
Kevin Franks.
I consent.
Susan Johns.
I consent.
Frank Borden.
I do.
Mike Torrance.
I consent.
Gene Howard.
I consent.
Nicholas Levy.
I consent.
Jim Baker.
I consent.
Jacob. We share the same name.
I consent.
Laura Moore.
I consent.
Rachel Wilson.
Consent.
And then either Lucia or Lucia Constantine. I'm not, we've got, if you do plan on giving testimony, we'll need to hear from you, but maybe not if you're not planning on it. All right. Bo, I think this is, are you taking this over? All right. Chris, have you got first? Chris, do you have a question?
If I tried to remove those individuals who are asking Julia Gartrell to speak on their behalf, if I missed someone, can you please raise your hand and we'll just bring you back as an attendee. But we have listed you as that. We're just trying to kind of tidy up the audience a little bit, if that's okay. Thank you, Mr. Levy. I'll bring you back over as well. Thank you very much for your time, everyone.
And Krista, do you have something?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. Krista Kukura, City Attorney's Office. Since it seems that there are a few individuals who are speaking on behalf of other individuals, you know, that sort of outset the board's kind of by consensus set the expectation of 2 minutes for non-expert testimony. And I just wanted to revisit that and ask whether 2 minutes still felt the right amount of time, or the board wanted to give a few more minutes for those people who are speaking on behalf of others.
Well, sounds like Julia Gartrell will be speaking for a lot of folks. We can with the board, I mean, do you guys have, are you fine with 5 minutes for her? I see a nod from Natalie.
Meadows, that sounds fun to me.
Okay. So Julia, you'll have 5. All right. Miss Virginia, do you have something?
Yes, for the record, I claim expertise, and I can explain why. I have a doctorate in environmental design and planning and expertise in participatory research and planning and in social impact assessment. I was senior director and practice lead for social and gender impact assessment for over $8 billion of US foreign assistance aid towards the end of my career. So I hope that I am considered an expert witness.
Okay. Krista, I need some guidance here. Do we have Virginia's resume? Do we need something like that on the record?
I think it would be helpful. Most certainly we could ask her to sort of repeat that into the record, because I think there was a lot that she just explained. I think there's a few specific items that are called out by statute that experts are required for. Those items are valuation of property and traffic impacts. I'm not sure exactly for what purpose Ms. Seitz is claiming expertise, and that may be helpful to explore a little further.
Okay. Well, Virginia, Ms. Seitz, I think once we get to your testimony, we'll revisit that at this time, if that's all right, just to give kind of a point of order, if you will. So we'll make sure to address that and put it in the record as needed. Bo, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Great. Mr. Chair, before we get started, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair.
We've got more questions. Adam, you have something real quick?
I'm sorry, I just received a call from Amy Hurwitz, who's speaking opposition. She accidentally raised her hand and got removed to the attendee section and asked if she could be brought back into the panelists.
Okay, Chris, I hope you saw that. And Chad, did you have something?
I did, Mr. Chair. I wanted to, for the record, I wanted to indicate that I did receive a letter from a Carol Carino dated May 13th in reference to this case. I have not spoken with the author of this letter, but I turned over a copy to staff, but I wanted you to know that I did receive that. I assume other people on the board did as well. I don't know.
Okay. I did not receive any letters. Okay. All right. Bo, I think we're ready. I apologize for continuing to interrupt you. It's all yours.
No, that's great. Glad to see the participation. Good morning, everyone. My name is Bo Dobrinsky. I'll be representing the planning department. I'll give you a brief presentation to introduce this case. Please note that the staff report and all materials shall be submitted as a part of the public record, and this includes any necessary corrections as noted.
Oh, so noted. Thank you.
Case B 21-00019 is an application for a minor special use permit. The request is for a significant alteration to an approved minor special use permit. The original permit was for the expansion of the existing non-residential use at this location. This is for a non-residential use in a residential district. James Caldwell of McAdams is the applicant. He's specifically requesting to add lighting to the previously approved soccer field that was associated with the Durham Nativity School located at 1004 North Mangum Street. This property is located in the urban tier and is split zoned RU5 and RU52. And is within the city of Durham's jurisdiction. As you see on this map, the surrounding properties are zoned RU5, RU52, a small corner of OI to the southwest. Many of the uses are single family or duplex. There is an existing bed and breakfast to the south. The existing use at the site is a place of worship and educational facility, the middle school. UDO section 1.2, the use table, allows educational facilities and their accessory uses to be permitted in a residential district with the approval of a minor special use permit issued by the Board of Adjustment. Section 3.98 in the Unified Development Ordinance establishes the findings and the 13 review factors that the applicant must meet in order for the use permit to be issued. These have been identified in your staff report, as well as an application with the applicant's responses to see here the aerial photo showing the existing conditions on the site, the church and school, associated parking. The proposed soccer field that was permitted is located here on the eastern side of the property. I'd like to give a little bit of additional background or context for this case as sort of the sequence of events are somewhat unusual before you. As previously referenced, on January 22nd, 2019, this board approved a minor special use permit at this location for educational facility. The improvements associated consisted of construction of the soccer field associated with the school, and there was a corresponding site plan, D18-00190, also included in your packet. A site plan was subsequently submitted to convert the grass play area to artificial turf. This site plan permitted the removal of trees as well as measures to address the additional impervious surface. The removal of these trees was permitted per the Unified Development Ordinance. It was determined at that time that the site plan was consistent with the intent of the originally approved minor special use permit. However, the site plan also included 6 light poles in order to light the field. These should not have been approved, and the site plan was partially approved in error, as the inclusion of this lighting is considered a significant alteration to the previously approved special use permit. Subsequently, it requires Board of Adjustment review today. A couple things to note. The proposed lighting is exempted from the specific design requirements in section 7.4 of the UDO as it's associated with the recreation activity. However, it is required to meet the minor special use permit requirements referenced in your staff report. Also, for background, the poles have been installed by the applicant on site, as there was a permit issued and then subsequently rescinded. They have been informed that if this request is not approved, they would have to remove the light poles. These light poles have not received connection to electrical service. There's 2 minor corrections to the staff report that I would also like to note. The site plan D20-00030 was referenced as an amendment. To clarify, it was considered an amendment an amendment to the originally approved special use permit. However, it was submitted as a new application for the purpose of the site plan review. I think that's fairly inconsequential, but I want to give you all the context. Additionally, there was a reference in the staff report to the original date of the nativity schools establishing at that location. That date seems to have been incorrect. Representatives from the school here could probably verify. It does appear with some additional information that the school was more likely established in 2007 or 2008. However, the use permit that was issued in January of 2019 is what has legally established the use of this property. Staff is available for questions throughout the hearing. That's all for this report.
Thank you, Bo. Are there any questions for Bo from board members only at this time?
May I just get clarity on the actual status? So, Bo, you said that the electrical lights are in place but the applicant has been informed that if this is not approved today, they would remove the lights. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any other questions for Bo? All right, would the applicant please come forward? And who will be the first to speak? Mr. Gray, are you with the applicant?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. Frank Gray, if you would allow me to say a few things in the preliminary remarks.
All right, are you the one representing the applicant? Just want to make sure you kind of the lead.
Yes,
okay,
sir.
just wanted to make sure. So I'll turn it over to you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Frank Gray, and I'm an attorney practicing with the Jordan Price Group in Raleigh, and I'm pleased to represent the Durham Nativity School this morning. I thought it would be helpful if I gave a forecast preview of how our witnesses are prepared to testify this morning. And with your permission, I'll just give a brief overview. We have three expert witnesses. We have Mr. James Caldwell with McAdam Civil Engineering, and we offer him as an expert in the field of civil engineering. We have Mr. Mike Torrance, and we offer Mr. Torrance as an expert in the field of design and installation of lighting. And third, we have Mr. Keenan Borden, and we offer him as an expert in the field of real estate appraisal. We then will have several witnesses from the school. We have both the head of school and two members of the board and possibly a staff member. And we understand from your guidance that they will be limited to 2 minutes each, and they will try their best to respect that time limit. And then, as you heard in the introduction, we have a number of neighbors who would like to testify in support of the application. And Ms. Julia Gartrell is on the call, and thank you for giving her a little bit of extra time. She will speak on behalf of neighbors who support the application, and then you can call on the other neighbors to raise their hand who support her position. And with that, I would just like to say briefly that we understand that you are guided by the UDO in this matter for a minor special use permit. And we understand that the UDO has the general findings and then the list of 13 review factors. Our team is prepared to answer questions on any of those items as the hearing progresses, but our focus will be on two items. First is the lighting, and second is the effect on adjacent properties. So that will be our focus, but we're happy to answer questions on anything that the board has interest in.
All right, before we hear from the applicant's witnesses, are there any questions for Mr. Gray from the board? All right, Mr. Gray, who's the first?
We're going to call Mr. James Caldwell with McAdam Firm.
All right, Mr. Caldwell, will you tell us, give us a little bit of background on you to explain your expertise quickly?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you, Chairman Rogers. My name is James Caldwell. I'm with McAdams. I've been with McAdams for 17 years. As Mr. Gray noted, I'm a civil engineer. I'm a registered professional engineer in North Carolina, South Carolina, and Virginia. I also hold City of Durham BCE and BMC certifications. I serve as the director of the Education and Healthcare Department at McAdams, and I've been designing and permitting site plans, construction drawings, and record drawings in Durham for 17 years. Prior to McAdams, I served as the Assistant State Dam Safety Engineer for the state of North Carolina. I worked at a local geotechnical engineering firm, and I served in the Peace Corps in El Salvador. Prior to that, I received my Bachelor of Science in Engineering from North Carolina State.
Thank you, sir. Continue with whatever, if you have anything.
Oh, thank you. Bo, if you could switch to the next slide, please. So as Mr. Gray noted, what we want to talk about today is really the changes from the original site plan and the original minor special use permit. I want to make sure we're clear on this, that the project has an existing minor special use permit and approved site plan. The major changes were changing the field from natural to synthetic turf. And as you'll see in our timeline in just a second, after the approval of the site plan for the grass field, the Durham Nativity School elected to pursue due diligence to look at the benefits of synthetic turf, which include drainage improvements, lower cost of maintenance, and eliminating the need to grow and maintain grass, which we all know here in Durham can be quite a challenge. So in the interest of playability and student safety, the school decided to change the field to synthetic turf. The second major change is adding lights to the project. And these lights were added solely to extend the use of the fields in the winter hours. It's also important to note that the field and lights are an amenity only to the school and no expansion of the school is proposed. All of the review factors in our application have been addressed accordingly, and we would like to provide additional detail on items number 4 for lighting and number 10 for the effects on adjacent property. So Bo, if you could go to the next slide, please. This slide lists the approvals and permits and is similar to the list that Bo had previously. In January 2019, the site plan and minor special use permit were approved for the grass field. In September of 2020, a new site plan was approved with synthetic turf and lighting. And it's important to note that the lighting met the UDO requirements, including a photometric design for the lights. In March of 2021, a land disturbance permit was issued from Durham County. Construction drawings were issued from the city of Durham. A DOT encroachment agreement was issued for the connection of the storm drain pipe to Roxborough Road, and a city of Durham electrical permit was issued for connection of the lights. Why is it important to know this? It's important to understand the volume and depth of all the approvals that have been required to get the project to this point. April 20th of 2021, Durham called to rescind the electrical permit and require the Board of Adjustment approval. This was a huge blow to our client and something I've never seen before. Our client was advised on all of the approvals and permits and acted accordingly. The Durham Nativity School has met all of the requirements along every step of the way. The list of approvals and permits shown here demonstrates this compliance. Thank you for your consideration today. It has been an honor to work on this project, and I'm glad to answer any questions on this process.
All right, any questions for Mr. Caldwell from the board? We've got Chad.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just one question, Mr. Caldwell. The conversion from grass to turf, what was the impact on site design or day-to-day operation of that change?
Yes, thank you, sir. The site design change, the major site design change was concerning stormwater management. In the city of Durham, any drained athletic field is essentially considered impervious area. So we went from a natural grass field to impervious area. So the stormwater management design totally changed for the project. We actually designed the infill and the drainage layer of the field. So you see the field, the turf of the field, and there's a substantial drainage layer under the field with an under drain system, a weir wall, slow the water down, and basically provide detention and water quality benefit for the field and the entire area underneath the field itself. So that was really the major change in the design. The day-to-day operations, obviously they won't have to mow grass, which as we all know here, growing and maintaining grass in Durham can be quite a challenge. Synthetic fields are very low maintenance. I'm not a field expert, but really once a year they need grooming. And other than keeping the trash off of them, they're a very low maintenance field.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions for Mr. Caldwell? Krista, do you have something?
Thank you, Chair. Krista Kugro, City Attorney's Office. I believe that Mr. Caldwell was tendering himself as an expert, and I just wanted to get on the record whether you did deem him as an expert. And if you want me to describe that in a little bit more detail, kind of what goes into that, I can. But, you know, he presented himself as a civil engineer, I think, with expertise in construction design. Certainly he can correct that, or Mr. Gray can correct that, but just wanted to have that on the record.
Yeah, I think we do deem him as an expert. I believe I was looking at the packet, I believe it was included in there, but all right. Does that satisfy you, Krista?
Thank you.
Okay. Chad, you have another question? See your hand up.
I'm sorry, no, sir.
Just want to make sure. Does anyone else have any questions for Mr. Caldwell before we continue? Just looking around. All right. Mr. Gray, I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. At this time, we'd like to call Jeannie Howard. Jeannie is a board member on the Durham Nativity School and was specifically assigned to work on this project and has been working on it for some time. Jeannie Howard.
Jeannie, I apologize for mispronouncing your name earlier.
No worries, no worries. Good morning and thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm a volunteer project manager on this project, worked on it for the past 2 years. As James spoke, in January of 19, we received approval for a grass field amenity under minor special use permit number B1800028. The DNS board made a strategic decision and spent 9 months of due diligence investigating the cost and process required to convert our plan to turf with lights. Prior to any new site plan submittals, our engineer checked with the city planning department to see if converting that would affect the existing minor special use permit. The city told us at that time these changes would not be a problem and would not require a new application. After all due diligence, DNS moved forward with a new site plan for turf with lights. As James said, that was approved in September of 2020 after working with the city for nearly a year. We still had 6 months of work to finalize construction docs, permit requirements, including secured funds in excess of $400,000 before we could begin construction with the city. At every turn, we complied with Durham's ordinance codes and regulations. In essence, we had been told twice that our lights and turf and existing minor special use permit was okay, once when our engineer checked and a second time when our site plan with turf and lights was approved in September 2020. By March of 2021, with approvals and permits in hand, contractors were engaged and materials were purchased. Construction began in early April. On April 20th, when we received a call from COD, they said the lights had been approved in error, as Bo said, and they were rescinding our permit. Our first thought was how much this error would cost, as we had the construction sequenced already and the light poles were scheduled to be buried. The city allowed us to proceed with the light pole installation minus wiring, but still left us with an impossible choice. Stop all work for 60 days at great cost, or proceed and install $70,000 worth of poles, light fixtures at our risk, whose approval may be permanently rescinded. We understand that human error happens and are not blaming the city, but our school stands to be punished here for an error not of our making. Durham Nativity absolutely understands the concerns of neighbors. We held 4 neighborhood meetings in April and May to share our plans and answer questions. We brought our lighting expert who spoke directly to the neighbors on the technology that would prevent glare spill near their homes. Durham Nativity also spent over $30,000 in upgrades to ensure the lighting would not impact neighbors. The lighting complies with the UDO ordinance, and then we went further. We secured the approvals that the city of Durham said we needed. We stand to incur huge financial losses, upwards of $100,000 should these lights not be allowed. As we lay out our case today to show the care that we took in designing the lights in consideration of the neighborhood, please keep these unusual circumstances in mind. Thank you.
All right, any questions for Ms. Howard? Chad, you have one.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Howard. Would you talk a little bit about what changes, if any, were made to the proposal following the neighborhood meetings that you conducted?
Changes to the proposal in terms of our site plan?
Changes to, I assume you met with the neighborhood regarding the issues that brought us here now. During that neighborhood meeting, I assume the neighbors shared their concerns. I'm wondering if any changes were made to the design or there were any results from those meetings.
I think from our standpoint, the results were better shared understandings. To that point, we had not talked about our plans. As I said, we had just been approved in late March. So certainly the meetings were designed to share we understand their concerns, because you think, okay, everything's going to glare into our houses. We're very close to this field. So we brought our lighting expert in basically to explain that, and he's going to talk to you in just a minute. He's going to explain all of the elements we undertook and all of those upgrades. Essentially, we did not make any changes to the plan at that point in time, but we showed them what we had done to go above and beyond the ordinance to meet those concerns.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions for Ms. Howard from the board before we hear from the next witness? All right, Mr. Gray, turn it back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Our next witness is Mr. Mike Torrance. I believe his resume has been submitted in your packet, and we are offering Mr. Torrance as an expert in the field of lighting design and installation.
Mr. Torrance, oh, hang on one moment. Chad, you got something?
I do. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Is there, this is a question for the applicant. Is there a state certification or a national certification for a lighting engineer? Is there any sort of state or national credential?
If I may answer, Mr. Chair, I believe Mr. Torrance will speak to that directly when he testifies.
Thank you.
Yeah, and Mr. Torrance, if you'll do that, tell us for the record your expertise, and you can continue with your testimony if you will.
Thank you, Chairman Rogers. My name is Mike Torrance, and I'm the owner of Torrance Sports Lighting. My background and expertise in the sports lighting design business started in 1998 here in North Carolina. I have over 23 years of sports lighting experience on projects ranging from professional venues to collegiate, high school, and recreation fields like the Durham Nativity School field. I have been working on this particular project for over 9 months. A little bit more about my background. I have completed over 500 sports lighting projects in North Carolina, and a majority of these projects had some type of an ordinance, a UDO, or a performance specification that had to be complied with. I work with architects, electrical engineers, general contractors, electrical contractors, and owners on the design and development of sports lighting projects. Just through the years, some of the projects I've worked on locally in Durham County, quite a few at Duke University, and the last two would be the new softball stadium that was completed with LED technology, and Wallace Wade Stadium that I've been a part of a couple times, but the latest was just a renovation to go with LED on their football stadium. And some of the other neighborhood projects, Durham Academy, Durham School of the Arts, Campus Hills Park are some of the other projects I've personally worked on in the area. I received a Bachelor of Science degree from Appalachian State University. And to answer the question about there was a question about the lighting standard. All of the lighting, there's a governing body out there called the Illuminating Engineer Society, and I'll talk a bit more about that towards the end, but all the designs are completed. There's a standard out there for different levels of lighting, and so this particular project was designed per this IES, and I'll go through that towards the end. The Durham Nativity School lighting plan was designed specifically to eliminate the impact on the surrounding adjacent properties, but also to provide lighting and illumination solely onto the field of play. The objective and intent from the beginning was to provide adequate lighting for the field of play for the students and balance the needs of the surrounding property owners. Great care and consideration was taken with the design of the field to comply with the City of Durham's UDO. That ordinance is 7.4.3B1. And that ordinance reads, the maximum illumination at the edge of the property line adjacent to a residential zoning district shall be 0.5 foot candles. And I'm not sure how familiar you are with lighting, but a foot candle is basically light intensity, 1 lumen per square foot. So that's a pretty common, foot candles is used throughout our industry for all types of lighting. So Mr. Dobrinsky, if you could put up on the screen addendum B, it says foot candles at the property line. So this lighting design, this addendum B, if you look at the numbers, you'll see these little numbers around the perimeter of the field, around Trinity Street, Roxborough Street, and East Seaman Street. Those are foot candle numbers, and those are numbers at the property lines. The UDO, remember, is 0.5 foot candles, and this design is in compliance with that UDO. Actually, the maximum number that we have, if you look up at the little box, is a little over 1/10 of a foot candle. It's actually 0.12. So this lighting design is in compliance with the UDO 7.43 B1. And if I could have the addendum C drawing put up on the screen, please. That's it. Thank you. So this lighting design, the lighting plan here shows that we designed this for the lowest level of lighting that can be employed at a Class 4 recreational play level. We have an average foot candle, which is also we call light brightness, of 22 foot candles. And again, that was there's a standard out there called the Illuminating Engineering Society, and this falls in the category of a Class 4, which is actually the minimum amount of lighting in this published document for Class 4 lighting. To give you a comparison for some of the other neighborhood parks around, the Campus Hill Park, they have 40 or above foot candles. And the other projects, the Durham Academy and also the Durham School of the Arts, they have much higher light levels than what's being proposed here at Durham Nativity School. So next, I would just like to talk a minute about the lighting design in regards to if you could put if you leave the same photometric design up. So we have 6 poles for this field. The pole heights are 50 feet. And I'd like to point out that these lights are downward directionally lighting. We decided just through numerous designs that going with shorter poles, the lights would have to be angled more, and then we'd have a potential glare problem outside the property lines. So we went with a 6-pole design. This particular field, the field size is 240 feet by 135 feet. So on a normal application, this field is actually the field size to do 2 poles on each side. But Durham Nativity School actually spent a lot extra money to go with a 6-pole design. So we were able to cut down on the aiming angles for each of the lights. And if you look at the photometric designs, just take pole S2, which would be the one in the center. We have 2 lights on that pole, and you can see those lights are only they're directionally aimed down, and they only aim out approximately 70 feet. So it was a decision made by the Durham Nativity School to add these 2 additional poles just to upgrade the plan to have better downward directional lighting, just to eliminate the glare outside of the field. The technology used for this lighting design is LED technology. And this was an investment that Durham Nativity School made. There's another lighting source out there called metal halide fixtures. That's probably the ones you're familiar with that have the big light bulbs that are 1,500 watt. So this design was completed with LED technology, and what that allows is for just better lighting on the field and to keep the LED directionally aimed onto the field. So we have a total of only 16 mounted fixtures on this project, and each fixture is a 630 watt LED technology. If I could have the document pulled up that actually shows the lighting fixture brochure. Yes. Another added feature that Durham Nativity School invested money in was this visor that's on the fixture. That's an extra extended visor that's on the top and on the sides, and that helps additionally to to keep light not to spill over into the adjacent property lines, and to directionally the LED lights will be directionally aimed down onto the field. The aiming of the lights would be done after the lights are ignited. We have a laser that actually attaches to each fixture, and we do this at night. So every fixture, all 16 fixtures will have a point on the field that a laser will aim to that point on the field. And from there, all the light level readings will be tested at the property lines on the field, and we'll make any adjustments to make sure that all compliances are with the UDO. If I could have addendum D pulled up, which would be, it was called Other Schools and Parks in Residential Neighborhoods.
Are we still waiting on it to pull up?
Yeah, yeah. I'm looking for the document he's referencing. I don't think my labels are matching the.
No, I think it's the last page in the report, last 2 pages.
Gotcha.
If it helps, it's the page immediately following the design of the foot candle levels on the field that you had up. It's the next page.
Keep scrolling, please. Okay, that's the wrong document. The last page in Durham Nativity Lighting Design Final. Wrong document.
Bo, Chris is saying he thinks it's page 55 of the staff report, if you have access to the full staff report.
Thanks, Jessica. Give me just a few more seconds.
Sorry, y'all, that's a very large document. It takes a while to load.
Understand. No worries.
Yes, that's it.
This is it.
Yeah, yes, sir. So what I'd like to point out here, there's 4 other parks within 10 miles that are actually in residential neighborhoods: Durham School of the Arts, Hillside Park, East End Park, and Campus Hill Park. Full disclosure, I was only a part of 2 of those, Durham School of the Arts and Campus Hill Park. But all 4 of these have much taller poles and a lot more lights and higher foot candle levels than being proposed here at Durham Nativity School. And thank you for your time. If I can answer any questions.
All right. Looks like we've got a question from Mr. Meadows.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Torrance. I have a couple of questions. I just wanted to be sure that I understood some of the things that you said. You had indicated that the foot candle amount associated with the proposed lights is class 4 recreational level. So I'd like you to talk a little bit more about that, but let me ask my other 2 questions so you can do it all at once. Specifically on the class 4 question, is that the lowest possible? Is there a class 3 or is there a class 5 or something like that? If you could just give us some context there. Next question. I think I heard you say that the addition of the 2 light poles midfield would allow the Nativity School to limit glare. I want to be sure that I heard you say that correctly. And then I also heard you say that LED lights allow for better direction of lighting onto the field. And I'd like for you to explain, why that's better.
Okay.
So if you could cover those three topics, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay. So the first one with the class four lighting, that is the minimal class. There's 4 different classes. We have class 1 would be what you would see more in a professional venue where you have 5,000 or more spectators.
Mike, can I point out that they have in the tab in the middle here, the illuminating document PDF. You could show them the table you're speaking to.
Okay. Okay. So that document,
it's the tab in the middle called illuminating. It's a separate PDF. The tab in the middle, top middle of your screen.
okay, so you see we have a class 4 published document for recreational play. And this is what this particular facility was designed to. And then if you scroll on down to the next page of this document, to the top left, you'll see the recommendation for a class 4 is 20-foot candles. So we're very close to that class 4.
So the point that you're making is that the amount of illumination on this field is low relative to another facility that might be professional or college. Is that the point that you're making?
That is correct. And to give you a comparison, a high school football field would be, for the North Carolina high school lighting standards, is 50-foot candles. So what's being proposed here is, class 4, which is the minimal amount of lighting that's published in this document.
Thank you.
All right. Mr. Tarrant.
I think that answers one of the questions I had. Just curious as to if you could give us a reference of what 20-foot candles might be.
So thank you for that question. So 20-foot candles would be what you would see in for field lighting. There's not a whole lot of 20-foot candles that are done. Actually, I don't know if I've ever completed one this low, but it would be equivalent to a recreational softball field outfield. So a recreational play softball field for a normal parks and recreation would be 30-foot candles on the infield and 20-foot candles on the outfield.
Okay. And the only other question I had at this point is, I noticed there's some existing street lighting surrounding at least a couple of sides of the field. Were those lights factored into your analysis of the field lighting?
They were not, but what we typically do is when it's time to do the aiming, we'll come out the day before and we'll test the ambient light from the street lighting LED poles to see what those numbers are. But those were not factored into this lighting design.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Meadows, will you reinstate or restate your 2 questions? I know you have.
Yes, thank you, sir. I will. Thank you. The second question I asked Mr. Torrance was, you had mentioned that the addition of the 2 additional light poles midfield would assist in limiting glare. Would you expand on that a little bit, please?
Yes, we will. Thank you. So with doing a 6-pole design for this particular field versus the normal 2 poles on each side that you typically see on a lot of fields. What that does is it allows the aiming angles to be minimized. So if we had a 4-pole design, each pole, we would have to shine the lights way out far to be able to get the light on the field. So that would require us to angle the light up, where with a 6-pole design, we're able to angle these lights pretty much straight down. So that helps eliminate any of the off-site glare.
I see. So the point you're making is that if the lights are angled downwards, there's a reduced likelihood that off-site areas would see the bulb and see the illumination. That is correct. Yes, sir. And my last question was with respect to LED. You said that LED bulbs allow for better direction of the lighting. Could you talk more about that, please? Yes. So the LEDs, what we call it directional lighting. So the LEDs, if you look at the old way of lighting, you have a big reflector out there with a big 1500 watt lamp, and a lot of that light on the older technology, a lot of it never makes it to the field. And so what's been really impactful with having LED, these little diodes inside LEDs, those directionally they're designed and manufactured to be aimed straight at the field. It just helps us keep a tighter beam spread, and so it eliminates any off-site light spill and glare control. Thank you. Mr. Chair, I have a question for the staff, but I'll wait until other board members.
Okay. Mike, Terrence, you want to go? Yeah, your hand was up first.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe this is a question for Ms. Howard. If I understand correctly, the intent of the lighting is to extend the operational hours of the field during the winter hours. I'm just curious what the intent is of this field. If sounds like it's not being designed from a lighting standpoint for competition, so just trying to get a better understanding of what the intent is of this field and what we could expect, just operational hours and so forth, types of use, et cetera.
Yes, sir. I appreciate that question. We are a middle school 5 through 8 with boys. We do have sports teams. This is the first time in 20 years that we've had our own field at home, potentially with lights. You will hear from our staff at DNS to talk about our extended day program. So when we made the decision to switch to turf, it was strategic. It would cost us more money. Adding the lights just extended the use of the field during those winter hours when it's getting dark, 4:30, 5 o'clock. We have an extended day that goes till 6:30. That was definitely a consideration. Another consideration is we do have a soccer team. We hope to have more teams now that we have a field for them to play on. So like any middle school team, our anticipated usage is primarily during those winter months when the days are shorter and darkness arrives early. We want to accommodate our athletic trainings, practices. We do have games. And again, this will be the first time we can bring them on campus. And this is the first time in the school's history that kids will have a home field. There's, when we investigated and did due diligence on making that pivot to turf, people talked about bringing in temporary lights. We did not, I am intimately familiar with temporary lights, having been on other soccer fields myself. They're loud, they're noisy, they glare all over the place. We did not want to do that. And it was advised if you want to increase the usability of your field, put a simple lighting plan in place. We did that. And so even though it's not competition lit, we would not have done that or considered that due to the neighborhood in which we live in. We just simply wanted light for the safety of the kids to be able to be out there when it gets dark early.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Retchless.
Thank you, Chair. I had the same question for Ms. Howard. She answered it. This question to Mr. Torrance: is there a and this is for direct lighting, is there only one color? I know there's several colors for indoor LED lighting. Is there just one color that's used in direct lighting?
For recreation play, yes. When we get into the more of the collegiate professional, there's some requirements from some of the TV from the ESPN. So there's a lot of different requirements out here. So, but for recreational play, there's just the one.
Thank you, sir.
All right, any other questions for Mr. Torrance from board members? All right, Mr. Gray, we'll turn it back over to you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. Next, we would like for the board to hear from the school. And our first witness is Mr. Vincent, who is head of Durham Nativity School.
I'm sorry, Frank, I think you skipped Kenan.
Oh, I did. I apologize. Skipped our third expert. My apologies. Our next witness, Mr. Chair, board members, is Mr. Kenan Borden, and we're offering him as our expert in real estate appraisal.
Thank you, and good morning to the chairman and the board. My name is Frank Kenan Borden Jr., and I reside at 3010 Surrey Road in Durham. I'm a graduate of the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill, and I'm a founder and manager of Borden Tolly Appraisal. And then I've been active in real estate appraisal in the real estate appraisal business for 38 years and active in the Durham market for 33 years. During this time, my firm and I have literally appraised thousands of properties in Durham County. I'm a North Carolina State Certified General Real Estate Appraiser, having received my certification from North Carolina in 1996. I am here today to speak to the Durham Board of Adjustment about the impact of the Durham Nativity's lighted artificial turf field on surrounding property values. The report that I provided to the Board of Adjustment details the history with regard to the Durham Nativity site, specific boundaries of the neighborhood property search, as well as methodology of our analysis. I will summarize the report with respect to our findings. The church and school have coexisted on this site for more than 10 years with existing illuminated parking, buildings, and recreation area. With that in mind, we began a baseline study of property sales surrounding the school since 2012 to compare those sales to property sales in Old North Durham from 2012 to the present to see if the school has impacted the value and marketability of surrounding property. Based on our analysis of property sales from 2012 to the present, we've found in exhibits of the report, the residential properties within a one block radius of the school sold for $27,000 more on average than the average sales price for sales from the rest of Old North Durham, or a 7.8% increase. From this analysis, it appears the school has not had a negative effect on adjacent property values. We then looked at the sale of individual homes surrounding the school to determine if the same home had sold more than once during the time period from 2012 to present. We found 3 homes that sold on streets surrounding the school and one that had sold 1 block away, as shown in the report's exhibits. The 4 adjacent nearby paired or like-kind sales indicated a positive annual appreciation in the range of 3.7 to 6.3%, with an average annual appreciation of 4.7%. Based on this data, property values directly adjacent to the Durham Nativity School are appreciated. When comparing the impact of recreation field lighting on property values for a similar neighborhood adjacent to a lighted soccer field, the Durham tax assessor has increased the assessed tax values for properties in Trinity Park along North Gregson Street adjacent to the lighted soccer field at the Durham School of the Arts during the same study period. This steady increase in assessments indicates an increase in property values. To check that indication against a sale, we found one paired sale for a property located at 203 North Gregson Street, which is directly across the street from the Durham School of the Arts lighted soccer field. In 2011, 203 North Gregson Street sold for $208,500, and in 2018 it sold again for $293,000, an increase of approximately 40% or 5.7% annually. The rate of appreciation along North Gregson Street adjacent to the Durham School of the Arts lighted soccer field is similar to residential appreciation found in the rest of Trinity Park neighborhood, as well as a rate of appreciation for homes in Old North Durham. From this data, it appears close proximity to a recreational field with lighting does not have an adverse impact on residential property marketability or appreciation. The approved site plan dated September 23rd, 2020 shows the detail of the artificial turf field lighting on page L6, which complies with the Durham's UDO ordinance. The plan shows the detail for the light brightness and field illumination. Part of the design includes laser installation, night testing, and adjustment to assure no glare to surrounding properties. According to the photometric design approved with the site plan, the light levels of the property lines are 0.1 or less, which is effectively zero. Given that this is a busy urban area with existing street lights, stop lights, adjacent residential property lights, and major thoroughfares of US 15501 North Roxborough Road and Mangum Street, the addition of the lights for the artificial turf field will have little or no measurable impact on adjacent properties. The market study findings indicate that the subject's present use as a school has had no negative impact on adjacent nearby residential property values. It is the professional opinion of the appraiser, my professional opinion, that the subject's present use is neutral or beneficial on adjacent nearby property values. Additionally, the proposed lights for the lighted turf field as approved on the site plan will have no adverse impact on the value or marketability of the homes adjacent to the artificial turf field and is in harmony with the surrounding neighborhood. Thank you. Are there any questions?
All right, questions from board members to for the appraiser? Okay, I'm seeing Chad, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, just one quick question. I wanted to be sure that I understood. You looked at a lot of properties that were near schools and so forth. There was one property that sold in the term that you were looking that was adjacent to a field with lights, and so the conclusion about the impact of the lights was based on that property. And I think you also mentioned that the county tax appraiser had been increasing assessed values along lots, along a series of lots that border a street that borders the field. Is that right? It's the one sale and then the changes in assessments over time adjacent to a different field. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions for the appraiser from board members? Mr. Borden. All right, seeing none, we'll turn it back over to Mr. Gray.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Now we'll hear from the head of school, Mr. Vincent, head of school at Durham Nativity School.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Vince Vincent, and I am the incoming head of school for Durham Nativity School. At DNS, our mission states that we provide an excellent education for young men, empowering them to make a difference in the world. The young men we serve as an all scholarship-based school are predominantly Black and brown boys, middle school boys, from financially challenged backgrounds, 88% on the federal meal program. Boys join our community in the 5th grade, and we embark on a 12-year journey, tending to the holistic growth of every student, supporting them through high school and college. Why a field with lighting? The CDC states that currently 24% of Black children and 25% of Latino children are categorized as obese. People of color are also more likely to be impacted by diabetes, high blood pressure, and strokes. If you get a tour of our building, you'll notice that something's missing. There's no gym, no space to exercise. Youth need to move. Youth need a space to do these activities and to learn how to care for their bodies. Given we do not have an indoor recreational space, this will fill the gap for several athletic programs and outdoor artistic ventures, especially when it gets dark and the boys are waiting for their families to pick them up, given our extended day of 7 a.m. to 6:30 p.m. We want to keep our students safe. One of the young 6th graders shared, "DNS is my second home." He views this as a place to escape and feel empowered through the various opportunities that the school affords them. As we reflect on Durham Nativity School being a second home, we understand the concerns of our neighbors about the field and especially the lighting. If prospects arise to support philosophically aligned programs, we will always use thoughtful discernment to ensure that our campus and neighborhood is not overrun with trash and/or excessive traffic. We certainly don't want these things any more than our neighbors do. We want to steward and care for our home and immediate community well. Our home. We need this project to move forward as planned because what is a home without lighting? I'm determined as I enter to find ways to engage and serve the greater Durham community. In order to embark on this partnership, I hope to arrive to a lit field that I can meet with the students, get to know them, delve into a journey of transformational growth, and empower them to return to our community as servant leaders. As we strive to improve and enhance our home, please afford us the blessing to have lights on and around our home. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vincent. All right, Mr. Gray.
Thank you, Chair. Our next witness is we like the board members to hear from a student. And so we'll call on Mr. Angel Escobar.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Angel Escobar, and I'm in a activity school. My friends and I will be graduating on June 4th and moving on to private high schools. I will be attending Durham Academy in the fall. Without Durham Activity, this would have never been possible for me. My goal is to attend college and major in engineering or become a professional soccer player. But I'm here today to talk about our soccer field. I'll never get to use it despite waiting for the past 2 years to see it done. I'm grateful for those that have worked so hard to make this a reality for us, and I am beyond excited for my younger brothers to have this after I leave. It shows me how my school is evolving and growing. Frankly, I've always wondered why other schools had facilities and we didn't. I know money is tight for us and all of us students receive 100% scholarship, but it still didn't change the fact that we needed a place to play. We don't have an indoor gym, so having an outside field where we can play our games and go to practice after school is huge. Usually during the winter months, we play from 4:45 to 6 o'clock, and it gets really dark and hard to see and play. It would be so much better to add lights so my DNS brothers can play safely and have fun after our dark. Our old field was pretty bad. There was no grass, a lot of rocks you could hit instead of the ball, and also roots on the trees would always make you trip and fall. Once a month, our school holds a meeting for all the parents to come to campus to hear about all that is happening at school. The meetings last pretty long, and we play in the dark, sometimes 7 o'clock. Also, when we would travel to different soccer games to play against different teams or even practice, Mr. Glenn, our social studies lead teacher and soccer coach, would have to drive us there, and it was a hassle. We had to bring all of our gear and backpacks, and it was very tedious at times. Same for the parents. They have to drive pretty far to come pick us up in Efland or at another school. Also, I think bringing other soccer teams to our campus would be pretty cool since we have never done that before. So adding the lights and soccer field will be pretty nice because it makes it easier for the students, staff, parents, and for the school in general. Thank you for letting me talk with you this morning.
All right, Mr. Gray, are the next speakers you have, are they non-expert?
We have one last Durham school board member, and then the neighborhood group testimony.
All right. Susan, we'll need to keep time on these 2 minutes each, with the exception of Julia Gartrell, who was at 5. Mr. Richards, you got your hand up?
Yes, I'm sorry. I did have one more question for Ms. Howard before you proceed with other testimonies. Is she still available?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, hi.
Hi.
Rachel's here. And Ms. Howard, you know, if this lighting is approved, does that open the door for like weekend tournaments and things like that? Or is this just for like winter months? I mean, are we opening a door for more events?
It's really just winter months, like during the week. It's interesting you ask about weekends because normally on the weekends people aren't working, and so the tournaments are scheduled. I'm not sure I've ever gone to a tournament that's actually gone at night. Normally the games are done by 4 or 5, and that is because we may be at home, but the people coming to the campus have to travel. So typically lights are not needed for weekend tournaments. It's primarily a weekday night, again, what we said, which is in the winter months when it gets dark early. Obviously when it, mid-March through end of October, the length of the days varies, but in the summer it can be light as late as 9 o'clock at night. So we actually see these being used pretty minimally in a 4 to 5 month time frame a year in the evening hours, like we explained.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Gray, turning it back over. Oh, well, hold on. Natalie, you got something.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Just to piggyback off Rachel's, so this is primarily for the school's use. Other community teams will not be using this field, like on the weekends when there's no school. It's primarily for the school's use, right?
Is this a question for me?
Yes, I'm sorry. Yes.
I think you're referring to whether or not we plan to rent the fields. And at this time, we built the fields primarily for the use of our school children. We currently have no plans to rent the fields. What we've shared with the neighbors is we're building this for our school and to accommodate our DNS program. That's our current plan. We're happy to have a discussion about reasonable hours of operation if they're concerned about that. The lights, again, were a consideration for those winter months. We do know, and Durham actually knows this well because they're building their own turf fields, but there's a huge shortage of turf fields in the city of Durham. So while we have no plans to rent it out, if a local organization needs space to rent that fits our standards, and we want the same thing the neighbors do. We don't want the campus overrun. We don't want excessive traffic, excessive garbage or anything like that. We would consider those requests or those partners, I guess, if they, I guess, align with our mission and aligned with our standards.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Right.
I just want to mention one other thing along those lines. If we use the lights, we do plan to turn them off when we're done. We did invest in an automatic timer to make absolutely sure if they are scheduled, let's say for our teams or whatever, that they're going off at a certain time.
Thank you. Bo?
Yeah, I was going to comment as these last 2 questions came up relevant. So the UDO actually requires, does have some hour limitations, which I don't think are a concern for most middle schools. But on the weekends between 1 a.m. and 8 a.m., lights couldn't be on. And during the week, 12 a.m. to 8 a.m., they couldn't be on. And in addition to that, when the activity is not taking place at the facility, lights cannot be on. They're be turned off an hour after use. So there are some UDO limitations on the lights, even though they're exempted from some of the other requirements.
All right, thank you for that, Bo. Mr. Gray, we'll turn it back over to you.
Thank you, sir. Before the last witness who will testify on behalf of the neighbors, Ms. Gartrell, we have one last witness, and that's Ms. Ruby Tompkins, who is a member of the board and a grandparent.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Ruby Tompkins, a longtime resident of Durham. I have served on the board of trustees at Durham Nativity since 2014. I am the grandmother of 2 Durham Nativity School graduates. My oldest son graduated in 2000, grandson graduated in 2015 and attended Raven Gap McCutcheon School in Raven Gap, Georgia. And my youngest son is ending his first year at Carolina Friends. I am always delighted when I get a chance to talk about my experiences and those of my grandsons at Durham Nativity. Like many of the young men who attend Durham Nativity, my grandsons entered the school with some academic challenges. They didn't have a lot of confidence, felt ignored in their former schools, and in many cases have been deprived of opportunities that so many other young people in Durham get to experience. The teachers and staff pushed them academically, held them accountable, and opened doors for new experiences. One of the new experiences and favorite things for my grandsons to do while at Durham Nativity was to play soccer. In fact, the 2015 soccer team, which included my oldest grandson and several other young men who had never played soccer before, went undefeated that year. We were so proud of them, and let me tell you why. These young men, despite having to practice on an old rocky dirt field, even in the dark, despite having to load a bus and travel across town to practice, they prevailed champions and never complained. That's what DNS taught them. It thrills me that the board and our donors saw fit to provide these young men with a soccer field that they deserve, one that takes their safety into consideration by having a well-lit field, a field that will provide a sense of pride for them and the neighborhood. Our young men will be able to host games on their own field like their competitors at Durham Academy and Carolina Friends and other private schools. In closing, I respect the concerns that our neighbors have, and we have done so much to ensure that our neighbors are not impacted. But I hope that they will agree that having these young men as a part of their community has been an asset. This field will be an asset. And as always, DNS will continue to be good neighbors and contributing members of the community. That's the exact thing that we teach our young men each and every day. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Our last witness will be Ms. Julia Gartrell. And as was discussed in the opening, if you would allow her to speak and then recognize those neighbors to raise their hand to support her statement.
Ms. Gartrell, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Julia Gartrell. I live at 209 Monmouth Avenue, and I'm here today representing a group of Old North Durham neighbors, including 13 of whom are here on this call to support the approval of field lights at the Durham Nativity School. I would like to note that there's also at least 10 other vocal supporters who could not attend owing to work conflicts. Should I identify people now or at the end?
We can identify them at the end. We can either get them to raise their hand, through the raise hand feature. We'll make it. We'll figure it out.
Thank you. So the Durham Nativity School has been part of our neighborhood and community for 20 years. They provide an enriched learning environment and enhanced support system for middle school boys from financially disadvantaged families. They primarily serve Black and Latino students from across our city. The school has never had an indoor gym, and the field that is being built will be the first fully dedicated recreational space that the school has ever had. The lights allow it to be used year-round as part of their extended school day. Active play is essential for the social, physical, and emotional development of all children. Most Durham schools, public and private, have at least one lighted field. Durham Nativity School has gone to great lengths to provide comparable facilities and programming for their students, many of whom already face a number of barriers to health, opportunity, and educational success. Having a dedicated field that they can use year-round reduces the barriers to participation and access, giving the students and family an opportunity to enjoy the benefits of athletics while not making their lives more logistically challenging. From the earliest stages of planning, the school has sought to minimize the impact of the lights on the surrounding neighborhood. They instructed their lighting engineers to go above and beyond to minimize the impact on surrounding neighbors, spending tens of thousands of dollars beyond what they had to. These upgrades include taller poles, which allow the lights to be directed downward rather than at an angle that could shine into houses. 6 poles rather than 4, decreasing the area each light needs to illuminate and thus allowing them to face almost directly down. Advanced hoods that prevent light spillage, directional LED technology, and an auto shut-off timer, which eliminates the possibility that the lights will ever be left on through the night. Beyond all this, the number of foot candles that these lights provide is the lowest level of light recommended for recreational use. All of these upgrades were made before any neighbors had raised concerns, which we feel speaks strongly to the school's good faith. We understand that the poles may seem tall now, considering how bare the site currently is, but we do need to keep in mind that the school is replanting trees, which will quickly grow to help cover and soften the feel of the poles. Furthermore, the use of lights will be primarily kept to evening hours during winter months when sunlight is more limited, a few hours a day, a few nights a week, a few months a year. This means that the total number of hours of use per year will be significantly less than comparable neighborhood fields. In fact, they will be dark by the time most of us are done washing up dinner dishes. A small and vocal group of neighbors has expressed concern over the intentions of the Durham Nativity School and have accused them of a wide array of ulterior motives. We understand our fellow neighbors' frustration and the surprise of seeing the lights go up, but we do not believe this is a reason to deny this proposal. In our direct communication with staff and members of the board, the Nativity School has reiterated that the field is primarily for their students' use. For reasons of neighborliness and liability, the school has also been clear that the field will be rented sparingly and never late into the evenings. The Durham Nativity School has been in dialogue with neighbors about the lights since the construction began, going beyond the level of public engagement required for the project. The school has followed all public notice requirements outlined by the city and has held 4 public meetings, including an opportunity to hear directly from the lighting specialist. Staff and board members have spent hours of their own time corresponding with concerned neighbors by phone and by email, in addition to in person. They provided very specific details about the project and process and addressed questions and concerns raised by neighbors, many of whom have aggressively attacked the school's plan and spread misinformation widely about the project. Staff and board members of the Nativity School have proved willing to continue to engage with neighbors during and after installation and have welcomed opportunities for further collaboration and relationship building. As neighbors and members of the Old North Durham community, the 13 people here today who I'm representing believe current and future students at the Durham Nativity School should have a high quality field to support their athletic interests, abilities, and talents all year. They deserve the same access and opportunity as their peers across Durham. The field as
That was the 5-minute mark. I'm sorry.
not just an improved amenity for the school and our neighborhood, but an opportunity to advance racial equity in our city. Thank you. So if people can identify themselves by raising their hands who are in support of our statement.
So it looks like they're 10, 11, 12.
And I don't see all those on my screen.
I'm seeing 15 altogether, 16 who are attending. All right, so 16 in total. All right, thank you for that.
Thanks so much.
Mr. Gray, anything further?
That concludes the applicant's testimony. Thank you, sir.
All right. Before our next part of this is the opponents present their evidence. Before we do that, I think may want to do a quick bathroom break. Is everybody okay with that? 10 minutes? Is 10 sufficient? All right, so let's do that. 10 minutes. We'll reconvene at 12:20.
and ask all individuals to just disable your cameras at the moment. Thank you. And please re-enable once we have returned from recess.
right, we're almost back. All right, I think we've got everyone here. So we're now at the point for the opponents to present their evidence, and at this time we won't have the after after this part we'll have the cross examination where the opponents can ask you can raise some issues, if you will, during your testimony or the evidence. But if you have specific questions that you'd like to ask the applicant, we'll have that during the cross-examination. So at this time, we'll have the opposition present their evidence. Again, would like to and I'm not sure if there is someone who wants to take the lead, or if there is someone on the lead on the opposition side. But is there anyone who prefers to go first?
And just to confirm, this is timed at 2 minutes.
Yes, for non-expert testimony, yes.
I may be the only person here in person who lives directly across from the soccer field. I also am an expert in social impact assessment. And I think I'd like to go first. And a number of my neighbors who will follow me or who have submitted comments, I'm hopeful that they will strengthen what I'm going to say and complement.
Ms. Sates, can you explain to us how you're an expert in what social, just for the record, if you don't mind?
Social impact assessment is the field that looks at the potential and unintended consequences of any project development and works to either remove or mitigate a negative social impact. I've worked with engineering firms all over the world. You know, it's not just meeting the actual specific requirements, and I do contest some of the findings here, but it's about ensuring that what happens after the project is built does not negatively affect those people who are around or directly in front of the development.
All right.
Does that help you at all?
A little bit. I think that we need to, understand, what the curriculum or what constitutes that, and what makes.
Well, the field of social impact assessment is global. Probably the most relevant standards are the standards used by the International Finance Commission and consequently by the World Bank and also by the US government in assessing its foreign assistance programs. And the goal is to ensure that the people who will be impacted by a particular project, whether they be beneficiaries or associated communities, will not suffer because of the development that is being done. And you have a responsibility as a city to ensure that this development does not have a negative impact on the neighboring community. So that's what I'd like to speak to.
All right, I think, all right, Krista or Brian, do you want to offer any guidance?
Sure. Krista Kugro, City Attorney's Office. So the board can, of course, accept evidence, testimony from people who have standing. I think that Ms. Seitz was at first sort of articulating that she lives across from the property. In terms of expert testimony, there's a very clear definition of what is competent evidence under state law. And competent evidence cannot include opinion testimony of lay witnesses on issues of property value, traffic safety, and matters about which only expert testimony would generally be admissible under the rules of evidence. Here, I think, we do have in terms of the criteria that the board is tasked with considering today, property value is one of those criteria. The board can determine whether Ms. Seitz has sort of become qualified on that basis, based on what she described. I don't think she was intending to speak about property values, more about social impact. One of the other criteria that the board has to consider is whether the project will adversely affect the health or safety of the public. Again, I'm not sure that that's something that an expert is required to testify about. Most certainly, if the board wants to hear from Ms. Seitz, it can hear from her kind of from a lay perspective, or it can hear from her sort of positing herself as an expert. The difference there, of course, being the time that she's given under what the board set forth at the beginning.
All right.
Is that helpful?
No. Yes.
All right. Well, I would add, in addition to what Krista said, is that if Ms. Seitz is offering her testimony as expert testimony, she would have to present some evidence to support the fact that she is an expert. And that would be in the form of either some kind of a curriculum vitae, some maybe background information about what she's done in the past in this field, and that would be appropriate. If she doesn't do that, then it is lay testimony, and it will be treated as lay testimony by the board, and therefore she would get 2 minutes to testify.
All right. Ms. Seitz, are you able?
Yes. I'm happy to submit my curriculum vitae about my expertise. I am not so much concerned about whether or not you consider me an expert, but I am concerned that you might limit the testimony of probably the only person so far, or perhaps in total, that lives directly across from the soccer field. So I'm hoping that I can have more than 2 minutes. I've listened to your proceedings today, and based on what I've heard to date, this is a really, really critical request and that the applicant has made, and I want the opportunity to be able to present the perspective of people right across from it.
I appreciate that, Ms. Seitz. I appreciate you being here as well. I think that we're going to have to, given that what you just said, we'll have to deem you as a non-expert witness here, but certainly as someone who lives across the street. So we'll have to give you that time. Mr. Gray, I don't know if you had an objection or why your hand was up.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair. I was going to object, but since you've made your ruling, I withdraw my objection.
Okay. Well, Ms. Seitz, we'll start with you and you have a couple of minutes to please provide your testimony.
Okay, for the record, the issues I raise are not about the Nativity School, its students, its mission, or even the original soccer field. And a lot of the discussion so far has raised issues about the admirable mission and accomplishments of the school, but that's not what is the agenda today. It's about the soccer field itself and its lights. The addition of 50-foot lights and AstroTurf instead of grass cumulatively established a soccer field on a level and standard far beyond use by 58 middle school students. It's not unreasonable to conclude that this new soccer facility has the potential to become a revenue source for the school. I recognize and appreciate what the school has said, but the school has also not made any binding commitments about this issue. I also want to note that planning has incorrectly allowed the applicant to limit the project boundary to exclude areas of DNS property adjacent to the field, like the parking lot and dumpster, areas that are necessary to the use of the field. And with this new design are sites for negative impacts that will require prevention and mitigation. We already experienced significant traffic and parking problems with the recent increase in use by the DNS tenant, Christ Central Church, whose congregation uses the adjacent streets to park as well. With night games at DNS soccer field and increased traffic, cars will be shining lights in my front window and negotiating turns on a very narrow street to avoid hitting any car parked in front of my home. I live, as my neighbors do, in mostly one-story historic homes on small lots, and my home, the street in front of my home without a sidewalk is 25 feet from curb to curb.
2 minutes.
Pardon me?
That is the 2 minute, a little over 2 minute mark.
Well,
Mr. Chair, can we give Ms. Seitz 2 to 4 more minutes, please? I feel this is incredibly germane to this. Very, very important.
All right. I guess I would probably need a consensus.
I'm okay with it. This is Chad. I'm okay with it.
This is Natalie. I'm fine with it.
All right, Ms. Seitz, I'll give you an additional 2 minutes.
Okay.
What was what you said, Ann?
I appreciate the fact that the school has made attempts to discuss the issues raised by the recent site plan, which was never discussed in a public venue. However, discussing it and having reasonable limitations on use have not happened. And so I'm going to skip to the very end of my presentation and read what many of us would like to see. Obviously, the lights on the field will be a significant problem with extensive use. If the lights are allowed, require a binding agreement on use restrictions for the soccer field, both in terms of time and frequency. Correct the planning error and extend the project boundary to include sites of risk. The non-compliant dumpster that I have complained about for 7 years, parts of the pocket and parts of the parking lot. Require a traffic flow plan that establishes points of access and egress that protect homes facing the field. Ensure compensation for the loss of the remaining mature trees from the AstroTurf installation by amending the landscape plan to include more native species and sufficient evergreens to provide a meaningful buffer. And ensure the applicant does not construct viewing stands in direct sight of any of the homes on Seaman Street or Trinity. And I'd like to mention the non-comparability of Durham School of the Arts. If I don't have time, you can ask me that in a question period.
All right. Thank you, Ms.
Sites.
I'm sorry about that. Apologize for the mispronunciation. I do want to mention that we're, it sounds just as a reminder, we're here to discuss the minor special use permit of only the light poles, because the sounds like the field and the synthetic turf have already been discussed and approved at a prior meeting.
No, they haven't.
Amy Hurwitz, are you?
Before I begin, can you clarify that? Because it does speak to what I want to talk about. My understanding is there has not been public discussion about the turf field. And in fact, that is also should be under discussion here today.
Hey, Bo, was that included in the BOA case?
So the conversion of the grass field to artificial turf was not included in the original Board of Adjustment case. However, it was determined at the submittal of that site plan that converting the field to turf was consistent with the intent of the use permit that was approved previously.
Okay, thank you.
It was also determined that the lights were okay, and we know that we're having this whole meeting because that single application was invalid.
All right, Krista?
Krista Kukura, City Attorney's Office. Bo, I don't know if it would be relevant to mention kind of the decision-making around the turf, if that's worthwhile to bring up and sort of, was that a decision of the planning director or how did that work?
That's correct. Yeah, that was an administrative decision, not a decision of the Board of Adjustment.
So for clarification for the record, the decision to change the turf was an administrative official's decision. That is an entirely sort of separate process. It does not require to be part of a public meeting. The subject matter here today before the board is the lights. The turf is not part of today's application or what the board is considering.
All right.
I have a question.
Besides, unfortunately, we've already heard your testimony. We can get to you during the cross-examination if you'd like during that time. Just want to get through everyone's testimony, make sure everyone is heard. Bo, do you have something else? I see your hand up.
Question of
Okay, and Krista, you still have your hand up? Do you have something? Okay. Grayson, you were the first I saw. We'll give you a couple of minutes as well, and welcome.
Thank you. I'd like to offer my testimony as an expert witness, as a landscape architect with 25 years of experience. I've sent my resume to Bo, Mr. Dobrensky. Just briefly on me, I have 25 years of experience, 13 of those in Durham. I'm a licensed landscape architect in the state of North Carolina and also in California. In the last 11 years, I worked with Surface 678, another local firm. I now have my own firm, Catalpa Land Design. My work has included local projects like Duke Softball Field, I think that was mentioned before, as well as Wallace Wade Stadium, as a project manager and landscape architect on those projects. Further afield, I've worked on projects such as the Atlanta Beltline in Atlanta, Georgia. And so I hope James got, Mr. Dobrensky got my resume. I apologize for submitting it a little bit late.
I think that a license that will permit that as an expert testimony. I'm not sure what, but we'll let you speak on what you would like to discuss.
Thank you. I won't take much of your time this afternoon. I've submitted many plans to the planning department in the past, and I wanted to offer my professional perspective on the school's current site plan and the approval process that has unfolded to date. I found in looking at the plans available online, several deficiencies in the plans and the city's review of those plans that I hope the members of the Board of Adjustment will take into consideration as outlined in the following 6 points. The planning department's contention, as I understand it, is that only the addition of field lighting triggers the need for re-review by the BOA. I think this is an error. Beyond the question of lighting, the change from natural to artificial turf, along with the removal of additional trees that compelled due to excavation concerns, plus the increased use that is anticipated with the use of that field, are also, in my opinion, additional site and neighborhood impacts that justify BOA re-review. All of these changes, not just the lighting, were significant deviations from the plan the BOA initially approved 2 years ago. Number two, the school envisions league play at the new field in addition to its use by nativity school students. Presumably this is one reason for choosing artificial turf fields, as we heard from Mr. Caldwell, for its durability. I agree with Mr. Caldwell that that is a reasonable choice for the owner to make. However, no attempt has been made in the approval process to address the increased night and weekend use of the site and its impacts on surrounding residential properties, including noise, vehicle queues, and headlights. We all understand from our knowledge of the UDO that a traffic impact assessment is only triggered for site plans generating at least 150 vehicle trips at the peak hour. It seems doubtful that that scale is happening here, but we have not seen evidence of it. In any event, some attempt to address these impacts in a long settled residential neighborhood seems appropriate and necessary. Number 3, the school has been using a standard 8-yard dumpster, a big square kind, cube kind, about 6 inches on a side, 7 feet on the side, for years on the east side of the building, directly in front of Ms. Seitz's house. The existing dumpster location for the school was omitted from both sets of site plans, the early one and the present one. And there is no provision in the current plans to screen it as required by the UDO. In my opinion, the planning department was mistaken when they omitted this item from consideration in their review and approval. Number 4, there's no indication on the current site plan of what planting materials will be used to stabilize the site as required by the ordinance, such as lawn or other plantings. Please refer to sheet L5 of McAdams' plans. Only trees are shown on the current plan, nothing on the ground. This is a concern for all areas facing surrounding properties, but particularly for the 2-to-1 slopes, and that's a steep slope, on the south and east sides of the field facing residential neighborhoods. It will be difficult to establish and maintain grass on such slopes, and mulch and soil will tend to wash onto city-owned sidewalks and inhibit the use of those sidewalks unless vigorously maintained. Once again, it appears to me the city's review is not complete in requiring the measures that the UDO calls for. Number 5, the plans do not appear to include the diversity of tree species that is required by the UDO. 13 of the 17 trees in the field sketch are the same species. This represents 76% of the total number of trees. However, the UDO in this case limits this to 70%, as shown in the table at UDO 9.2.3.B.6. Here again, the planning department has failed to hold these plans to the standard called for in the Unified Development Ordinance. And finally, number 6, the project boundary has been drawn in such a way as to exclude the building, the dumpster, and the existing parking lots. Given the increased impacts presented by the current plan, together with increased use of the parking lot, the dumpster, the use of the building itself for restroom and other functions to support the field, the project boundary should be expanded to include portions of the parking lot and the building. In conclusion, aside from the obvious deficiencies in city review exposed by the issue of the proposed lighting of the field, I've shown you several examples of other problems with the current proposal that were either ignored or overlooked. I think my neighborhood and my city deserve better than that. I urge the board to take a holistic view of this project in its entire site and work toward a solution that benefits the Nativity School and protects its neighbors from the unwanted impacts that you are hearing about today. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Who would like to go next? Adam, I think I saw your hand up earlier.
I'm happy to go. Give me 1 second to bring over my testimony. Thank you.
Sure, sir.
Yeah, so my name is Adam Hale, and I live at 114 West Trinity Avenue, a half block from the Durham Nativity School. I'm speaking today in opposition to the application. In deference to the board's restrictions on time, I've summarized the main points of my testimony as follows. Durham Nativity School moved to 1004 North Mangum in 2008 after the 2006 adoption of the UDO. Consequently, they are subject to the UDO land use tables, which require a minor special use permit to operate a private middle school in a residential area. The applicant was made aware of this need in the feedback they received for their 2008 building permit. Quote, please consult planning department concerning any type of special approvals which could be required for this usage, unquote. Despite this feedback, neither the applicant nor the landholder at the time, Grace Baptist Church, ever applied for such a permit. The lack of an initial hearing has led to continuing tensions that such a hearing could have resolved, such as the impact of on the residents of the school's rental use and their non-conforming parking lot and dumpster. Despite not having an initial permit, the applicant represented their 2019 application for a special use permit as an expansion of existing permitted use. Quote, "The minor special use permit is to expand the use of the existing school facility. The scope of the expansion is limited to the playfield. There are no additional students proposed with this application." Yet in their case today, the applicant has represented that same 2019 case as approving their presence in the neighborhood in general, stating that they, quote, "received an approved special use permit in 2019 for an educational facility to operate in a residential neighborhood." The applicant cannot have it both ways, limiting the scope of their 2019 hearing to include just the field, then retroactively claiming that it approved them to operate the entire facility and student count. Without an initial special use permit approving the applicant to function as a school at this location, they cannot apply today to expand their use. Consequently, the current application fails the test of UDO 398A2, that it be, quote, "in conformance with all special requirements applicable to the use." I urge the board to vote against the case, which does not deny the school a soccer field, merely returns them to the unlit grass field approved in 2019. Voting in support would mean residents now have a private middle school occupying an entire block of our neighborhood without that ever being reviewed by this board and denying us the right to provide feedback about the school's presence. I further urge the school to apply for an appropriate special use permit to operate in our neighborhood so I can work out appropriate boundaries and get back to being good neighbors to each other. Finally, I just want to close. I'll quickly summarize by saying we have many points of agreement between us and the school and their mission. I think we can find common ground. I thank the board for their extreme patience today in hearing our case and helping us sort this out. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Who would like to go next? I'm looking, if you'll raise your hand. Yes, Mr. Hilton.
Thank you. All right. Hi, my name is Andrew Hilton. I live at 125 East Seaman Street. I come to this hearing today to oppose the inclusion of lights at the Durham Nativity School. There are several factors about these lights which deeply concern not only my family, but many other residents of this area. First and foremost for my family is the potential for games to be played late into the night, making significant noise and disruption to family lives. Such late night games could come from renting the field out commercially to adult leagues, but also from hosting games or other events even without a rental fee. Many residents of this area have small children. My family has a 2-year-old. If any of you have children, you likely know that bedtime is difficult under the best of circumstances, and sufficient sleep is critical to small children, both for their health and well-being, and for them not to be a walking temper tantrum the entire next day. We have heard that this is only for use by the children for a little bit in the winter months. However, this claim is rather implausible. If you look at when daylight hours end before 6:30 p.m. in Durham, you would find this only happens between the end of daylight savings time in November and mid-February. How much time varies from minutes in February to at most an hour in mid-December. If you consider any time that the students need to do any other things before stopping play and going home, you find an incredibly small amount of time remaining. But we should also remember that this is winter we're talking about. That is not exactly what I think of when I think, hey, let's go play outdoor sports at night. Many of these days will be too cold to play, especially at 6 o'clock in the evening. I point out these details to point out that removing these lights would not have a major impact on the athletic facilities and programs of the school, but rather an incredibly small impact. It seems strange that the school would invest so much money and create so much anger over something that would see so little actual use. However, once you start to think about other uses such as rental to other leagues, the lights make a lot more sense from the perspective of investment and the cost of their relationship with the neighborhood. This concern is especially magnified when you consider the other recent changes to the field's design, such as switching from grass to AstroTurf and adding fencing and netting reaching a combined 20 feet high. And this, as I mentioned before, is one of the biggest concerns here. Renting this field out to league play late into the night will cause significant noise and disruption to families living in the area. While there are time limits on such things in the UDO, they are incredibly late relative to family life. If our toddler cannot fall asleep until midnight due to a late game, that would be disaster. To that end, regardless of whether you or not you approve the lights, I would ask you to at least restrict the field to only being used for school purposes. In particular, it should not be rented out and should only be used within school hours, 7 a.m. to 6:30 p.m. Monday through Friday, and by school children only, where at least one team is comprised of students from DNS. I would like to reiterate that I oppose the lights, and thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Hilton. Jim Vickery. Mr. Vickery, I can't remember, but did you take the oath earlier in the hearing? You're on mute, sir.
Am I unmuted now?
There you are.
I signed the oath statement for Cole. I don't know if that satisfies, or do I need to take the statement?
Yeah, we'll need to do another one now. I don't remember it being done before. Things just turned around on me. Where are you now? There you are. Sorry. There's quite a few on here. If you'll raise your right hand, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll give today is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And do you consent to this remote meeting platform?
I do.
All right, sir. We'll give you 2 minutes.
Thank you. I'll try to do this very quickly. My name is Jim Vickery. I live at 922 North Mangum, the bed and breakfast directly across from the school. My wife and I have been here for 30 years. We have been very strong members of our neighborhood association, doing utmost of improvement activities, serving on the board, hosting cleanups, caroling, engaging the community at large continuously throughout the last 30 years. When Durham Nativity first moved in, they were wonderful neighbors. We welcomed them. They helped take care of immediate issues such as noise from the children. They really worked with us nicely, but things have changed. They have rented out the church that is now holding amplified services outside. We hope that will end soon. It's not their fault. It's only reflective of the fact that things change. And once we put these light poles in, they'll be there forever. I spoke in favor of the building of the athletic field at the previous Board of Adjustments meeting in January. But now it has changed to include 50-foot lights. This lighting, once it's in place, will be there forever. It will, very much as we just heard, be able to be quickly used by others. The current board members may not be there in time immemorial. So I'm very concerned about this. I'm hoping you will protect our well-being as well as our property values. In terms of the property values, I would very much like to know if there was any experience with property changes where there was no former field or lighting, and then home sales where there was athletic field and lighting. I also, by the way, was the director of research for EPA, and I know all about cherry picking data. So I would like to, if this goes forward in terms of home values, because I know where the Nativity School stands to lose $100,000, we as immediate neighbors stand to lose a lot more than that. So I would like to have a chance to bring my expert neighbors or my expert in home values. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vickery. All right. Going through here. If the next person who would like to speak, if you'll raise your hand, I'm not kind of quickly going around here. Amy, I'll turn it over to you. You got 2 minutes.
Hello, my name is Amy Hurwitz. I live less than a block from the Durham Nativity School. I'm also a Puerto Rican whose school playground in Spanish Heartland was a swath of pavement surrounded by an enormous chain link fence. I'm very well versed in the experiences of being an urban minority student. With that in mind, let me be clear, I love the DNS's mission, and I love that their students have a new playing field. The original special use permit, a grass field with no industrial lighting, is a wonderful compromise between the needs of the residential neighborhood and the benefits to these school children. Unfortunately, this new special use application violates that compromise and does so for minimal added gain to the students, as other people have spoken about in terms of the time of day. 57 middle school children, independent of race or wealth, do not need the turf field and industrial lighting structure that is being constructed on that property. Rather, there is a more logical expectation for the field's use in the future, field rentals. Keep in mind, the school has already rented their building and grounds on non-school days to the predominantly white Christ Central Church and has shown no regard for our residential concerns about the noise pollution and parking congestion we are already experiencing from the church's weekend usage. Again, the difference between the original special use permit and this application is the range of possibilities for use. The future use is going to be rentals. In fact, school representatives have refused to rule out rentals during our neighborhood meetings and offer no clear restrictions for rentals. When this field is rented out, it will violate criteria 1 and 3 for the special use permit. The traffic, parking, and light, noise, trash issues would be prohibitively disruptive. For these reasons, Durham Parks and Rec would never attempt to tuck such a facility in our residential neighborhood. I know this because I also play soccer in Durham, where fields are at a premium and filled with crowds of 50 to 100 people every evening. Such usage is simply the natural course for a durable surface in a well-lit venue. People will relentlessly seek out to rent this field. The school has been intentionally vague during these proceedings about rentals, and they will rent it in the future. Please remember, DNS is not building a public good, like providing housing, food, or medical care for Durham residents. They are a private school building a fancy soccer field in our neighborhood, one that will be locked and inaccessible to my 2 Latino children unless we can pay their fee. With respect, I ask you to reject the special use permit. Please insist the lighting be removed from the property and the field construction be returned to natural grass if you have that capacity. When this happens, I really can't wait to see these kids playing on their field during recess and after school in harmony with our neighborhood. We see them run by our house every day and we cheer them on. I love this school, but this plan is unacceptable. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hurwitz. Anyone else? I'm going through the audience here. Is that, did we get everyone? I believe so. All right. At this time, we'll cross-examination if it's or actually the applicant can may provide a rebuttal to anything that has been brought up by the opposition. Mr. Gray, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Since there was some recent testimony about the use of the facility as a church, I would just like to ask Mr. Jim Baker, who's been on the call, been in the hearing, and has been sworn to speak briefly to that issue.
Thank you. Thank you for allowing me to participate today. Just so for the record, everybody understands, prior to Durham Nativity taking ownership of the property in 2016, the church, Grace Baptist Church, was the original owner, and they had been there since 1907. The current tenant in the church did experience some outdoor services, primarily due to the COVID regulations over the past few months. I believe since then, they are back in church inside the actual sanctuary itself and are not having church services outdoors anymore. But the reason for the
That is patently false. They just had one this weekend and it was the loudest one.
Sorry, Ms. Hurwitz, we're going to have to point of order here for back to, we'll have that cross-examination. Jim Baker, the floor is yours.
Right. So they're experiencing social distancing based on their own personal rules, and that is why they've been outdoors.
Mr. Gray, do you have anything else?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't believe we have anything further on rebuttal. Thank you.
One point of order. There was a statement made that about student fees at Durham Nativity. I just want to make sure it's understood. Our students don't pay tuition. We don't charge student fees to attend our school.
And even if you did, it's not a part of this application and what we're discussing today. All right. This time we'll have any cross-examination, if requested, questions to the applicant. Applicant may also cross-examine the witnesses for the opposition. Adam, I'm sorry, I don't know your last name.
No worries.
Apologize for that. I saw your hand up first.
Thank you. I have 2 questions for Mike Torrance, 2 for Ken Borden, and 2 for the applicant. Just asking, I don't know the format here, if that's appropriate.
Yes, go ahead.
Those. Thank you. Starting with Mike Torrance, I wanted to ask you about your list of nearby schools. In particular, I noticed you did not include NCSSM in your list of nearby schools that were comparable residential facilities with lights. It's disappointing because it is probably Durham's largest case around zoning and light use. If those of us who've been in town for 15 years recall, it went all the way to the chancellor and the state legislature weighing in on that one. Are you aware of this case, and are you aware of the agreement between the school and residents to keep light let to under 0.05 foot candles at the curb? And can you speak to whether the school's installation would meet that standard of 0.05 foot candles at the curb?
Mr. Torrance. Looking around here, you may, unmute.
We may have lost Mr.
I'm sorry, I was muted. You broke up at the beginning on the name of the project you had mentioned.
NCSSM, the North Carolina School of Science and Math, located in Watts Ellendale. It's the only comparable field in Durham that's in a residential area and has residential homes on more than one side.
Yeah, I can't speak to that particular project because I was not a part of that project.
In terms of the agreement reached between residents and the school to keep, after much negotiation, to keep the light to less than 0.05 foot candles at the curb, can you say whether the current school project for DNS would meet that standard?
Yes, it will meet the 0.5 foot candles at the property line.
I'm sorry, their standard was a tenth of that. It was 0.05 foot candles is what they agreed to with the residents. Would this project meet that standard?
It will meet the standard of the UDO.
Will it meet the standard of 0.05? I think this is a yes or no question.
That would be no.
Okay. I'd like to point out that this is one of the locations cited by the staff report as being a comparable spot within Durham, and we have here expert testimony that it would not meet the lighting of that location. Second, I have just, I think, a quick factual question as I'm going to follow on with another witness. You said you were involved in the installation of the lights at DSA. Can you speak to what year those lights were installed?
We do a lot of projects. It's going to take me just a minute to pull that up.
If it helps, according to Google Maps, it was sometime between 2007 and 2011.
I'm pretty sure it was in, give me 1 second and I'll look that up.
I have a clarification on the last point that was brought up by Mr. Hale. I'm not sure that the school understands the question, with the UDO being 0.5 and our average foot candle being 0.05.
Correct. 0.5 would be the standard for by rights use within the UDO. This being a special use permit, it's not uncommon for applicants and residents to engage in other negotiations on special use conditions beyond what the UDO requires.
Right. We need an
agreement between residents and the school was 0.05.
We don't have an
quite a lot.
I'm sorry, we don't have an agreement between residents and school. We showed you a photometric diagram where our average foot candle was 0.05 and our maximum foot candle was 0.12 compared to the UDO.
Okay, that would be
0.5.
2.5 times. This is, to be clear, I'm talking about the similar site cited by the planning department in their staff report, the NCSSM location in Watts Ellendale neighborhood.
Are you asking the question in relation to that site? Because you mentioned that there was an agreement between the neighbors and us. Are you speaking with the neighbors and them regarding their site or our site?
Speaking between the neighbors at the NCSSM site and the NCSSM, the school installing the lights.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Sorry if that was
Bo Dobrinsky with staff. Just a clarifying point on the staff report. So certainly the inclusion of another school in a somewhat urban environment near residential, that was based on zoning district and use and proximity of the poles themselves. It wasn't a statement on the performance of the lighting there or DSA. I'm not aware of an agreement, but certainly that it could exist. I mean, I don't know, but I just want to talk a little bit about the intention. Sure, I understand. But I was just clarifying the intent of the statement in the UDO. It was not to suggest that it would be 100% perform in a particular way. Thanks.
Mike, if you can't find the date, I can move on. I don't mean to stall.
No, that's fine. I found it. So that project was, so Durham School of the Arts was October of 2007.
That's what I thought. Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Then
You are.
if I may, Chairman, can I ask 2 questions of Ken Borden to follow up on that?
Yes.
Thank you very much. So Ken, about you listed a school and a study at DSA covering, if I remember right, the years, was it 2011 to 2017 was the range of time you looked at? Which
11 to 18.
2011 to 2018, thank you. So following on Mike Torrance's testimony, that would start 4 years after the installation of the lights, meaning that any depreciation based on the lights would probably have already occurred, and they would be capturing appreciation after that point. But my real question to you about that is, you've listed a specific location and a sale at one point and a sale at another point, and you've listed the address of that location as 203 North Gregson Street, I believe.
Correct.
And indicated on the map where that might be located. Is that correct?
Yes.
The DSA school is in the 400 block of North Gregson. Can you clarify why you've shown a location adjacent to the school in response to a housing price from 203 North Gregson, 2 blocks to the south?
I would ask Mr. Dobrinsky to pull up that the exhibit that we have that shows that particular property. So it's one of the exhibits that we have, and
given the mistake in your address, are you confident that you were looking up the values of a home that was adjacent to the DSA field, or is it possible that you did a wrong address?
as far as I know, we have the correct address.
Then it is not adjacent to the school.
It's adjacent to the soccer field.
203 North Gregson is not adjacent to the school. The field is located, as a resident, Durham has evenly numbered blocks. It is in the 400 block of North Gregson.
So yeah, you want to go to the Durham School of the Arts exhibit. That's it right there. So it shows the location of the ball field, of the soccer field, and then it shows the location of the 203 North Gregson Street, and it shows its proximity to the soccer field.
That's incorrect, sir. That is not 203 North Gregson. The entire block is the 400 block of North Gregson. 203 North Gregson would be 2 blocks to the south.
This is what our research showed. The location is directly adjacent to the soccer field.
Bo, would you bring up Google Maps and search on 203 North Gregson, or search on 400 North Gregson to show what is adjacent? Either one. If that's acceptable to the board, I don't know if that's appropriate testimony.
I'm all right with it. I mean, Bo, I don't know if you've got capability of doing this right now.
Or
I'm working on pulling this up now. You're looking for 203 North Gregson to,
Correct.
if it's adjacent to,
If it is the location indicated in Ken's map.
And it could have been a typo. I'm looking for the specific comp. You're right. There was a typo. It's actually, the address is 401 North Gregson. Excuse me. That's a typo in the report. It's so the correct address is 403. I'm sorry, that is a typo in the report. I'd like to state that to the record, that address called out is actually 403 North Gregson Street. There was a typo.
I'll confirm. Okay, I'd like to just confirm. I've got to pull out via our GIS, and that's what it's listed as well.
And are you certain of your prices or the other pieces of your testimony at this point?
I am.
Okay. Can I note that the applicant submitted incorrect testimony before the board here? They were not given a proper opportunity to review it until they made correction in the course of the case. But I'm willing to move on from this point for another question, if I can, for Mr. Borden.
Right.
Is that all right? Okay.
Yes, let's, yeah.
Thank you. Mr. Borden, if I understood, you did a comparison of homes in the near vicinity of the school to comparison of schools in a wider donut around the school to see whether proximity to the school adversely affected their property value. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. I can say all of us residents were surprised by your assessment that the schools in proximity to the homes in proximity to the school had a higher value. So I did a couple things while we were in the break. I obviously didn't have time to tabulate all of your results, but I simply took a transection of West Trinity and counted up by block how many homes you had along the length of West Trinity. Those of us in the neighborhood know we have a very strong west to east divide, with west being older, more established home stock, higher values, larger properties, east being older, lower value homes. And we've been seeing a wave of gentrification sweep across the neighborhood that has caused many of the homes to the west of the neighborhood to sell more slowly and homes to the east of the neighborhood to sell more quickly, leading to, if you just take a region, we're shifting eastward toward less valuable properties. So for your center of the zone, it is properly centered in the middle of the 100 East Trinity block of the neighborhood. But in terms of your donut zone around that, the median home is not centered at 100 East block of Trinity. It's centered all the way over in 317 East Trinity, almost into Avondale and northeast central Durham. So I have to ask you, in doing that assessment, did you make an adjustment for the quality of these homes or their location or indeed their sales price? Because one of your groups has a median sales date 7 months off of the other one.
So in terms of picking the neighborhood, we just looked at the neighborhood, the old North Durham neighborhood, and there's a wide variety of ages and housing types. I think single family and some small multifamily. And so what we wanted to do is just focus on the impact right around the school and look at that compared to the old North Durham. Overall, that neighborhood's been transformed. A lot of the properties have been purchased and renovated. So there have been a lot of values, but that's why we wanted to pick those specific properties around the streets, around the school, to see how they had appreciated, because we thought that would be very helpful in showing increases in values, and those homes that had been purchased and then sold had gone up in value.
So just as a professional home appraiser, can I ask you, like, would you consider homes to the east of the school or to the west of the school as having higher home prices right now?
I'd have to do more research. I'd say that overall the neighborhood is appreciating, and there a lot of different varieties of housing all over that old North Durham neighborhood. So I looked at it as a whole neighborhood.
I have to, those of us in the neighborhood are smirking right now because there's very clearly an east-west divide that dates back, unfortunately.
I'd like to clarify it's not everyone in the neighborhood. I'd just like to clarify it's not everyone in the neighborhood talking about this.
I can only see 6 of us across the top who are in, I think, recent testimony. Your point noted. What I'd like to point out is that simply taking this transect across the region of Trinity Avenue, you have 18 homes to the east of Trinity and only 8 homes to the west, which is a substantial shift to the east of the neighborhood and toward lower value homes. And I have to question whether that's representative of the general home values within Old Morris Durham that you're comparing to.
Well, we just looked at all the sales in that area, looked at the raw data, and maybe those homes have been renovated and sold for more, or have been renovated and changed dramatically. But we tried to just look at the whole neighborhood and then the area around the school in comparison with that.
Okay. Well, I'll note that it had a substantial eastward shift in the lower value homes. Then I have 2 final questions, if I may.
Mr. Hale, you said you had 2 final questions for the last 4. Are these your last 2? Okay.
I'm sorry. I tried to have 2 for Ken, 2 for Mike Torrance, and 2 for the applicant. But I have certainly been talking a while. If you would like to give someone else the floor, I am most happy to do so.
No, that's not what I just made that point. So go ahead and ask your final.
We've all been on a call for 5 hours. I'm sorry. So just with the applicant about the rental use, because this has been a very substantial point of conflict between residents and the school that we have been looking for flexibility on. And I don't want to misquote them. So I understand Jim Baker said to the residents in our list, we simply want the right to choose if we can help other athletic youth, meaning not the school, using our field, AKA referring to rental use of this field, or at least whether rental use or not, third-party use by the field. I wanted to ask the applicant a couple questions. One is, in our neighborhood meetings, as was pointed out earlier, and as I understood, the school's current position is they will accept no restrictions other than an unbinding limitation on using the field up to 9 p.m. any day of the week. I want to ask them if that is still their position. And their second is to ask if they would accept any restrictions on field use by third parties, as has been suggested in some of the testimony here, because I really think that could put us on a much better footing between the school and the residents. And I'd like to urge you to take that step.
I can answer that question. In our meetings, I believe I said that it would be our intent, if we were to rent the fields, to rent to youth clubs only. I think the big concern during the meetings was whether or not we're going to rent to adult leagues. And obviously that stemmed from the fact that the adult leagues would tend to play later in the evening, and the light being on would be a concern. So to reiterate again, we have no intention of adult leagues.
I'm sorry, Mr. Baker, I missed the end of your testimony. You were overspoken by someone who I think was far cuter than you. Would you mind repeating that?
We have no intention to rent to adult leagues, and but we do obviously want the freedom, if necessary, to be able to rent to youth leagues. And I believe I also talked about the fact that we also wanted to have the freedom to have the field utilized by the young kids in the neighborhood on weekends as well. So at that point in time, so because of all that, we were not willing to offer any restrictions on the field. And that's where we stand at this point in time. So no adult leagues is the best I'm going to tell you at this point.
Okay, but an unbinding agreement on no adult leagues and usage by youth leagues up to 9 p.m. any night of the week. Is that correct? I'm just trying to paraphrase.
Yeah, I don't believe I ever put a time limit on the light usage.
Okay, so unlimited use by youth leagues.
Are you
Say that either. I'm just saying I'm not going to put a time limit on it.
I'm sorry, I was trying to quote 9 p.m. from the discussions in the community meetings. I did not mean to invent a time there.
Our intent, obviously, if it's a youth league, we talked about this, and I believe you recorded the meeting at that point in time as well, unbeknownst to us. But with
that was not me. I don't know who recorded it, but it was not me. I'm not that organized.
Somebody for the neighborhood did. And I think one of the things I was also asking for at the time is who is speaking for the entire neighborhood? Who is the leader of the neighborhood? And it's evident today that we still don't have that answer. But getting back to the question at hand, the youth programs that I'm aware of in and around the city of Durham don't utilize the fields in the later timeframes during each evening. So common sense would probably tell you that, most of these participants would be off the field, by 8:39, 9:30 at night.
Okay, so unrestricted use by outside groups, youth leagues, up to 8:30, 9 o'clock at night, any night of the week. Thank you.
All right.
That's all the cross-examination questions, Chairman. Thank you for giving me the time.
Bo, hang on one sec if you don't mind. Mr. Gray, did you have an objection? I'm shifting back and forth, and I don't know what your hand up was for.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I know you've got a lot to referee there. I would like to just register an objection, but now that Mr. Hale has finished to testifying, he's certainly entitled to ask questions, but then he would testify. I was trying to make the distinction. One is fine, the other is not.
Thank you, sir. Bo.
I just wanted to bring up that the staff's position, and this was, I think, noted in the staff report materials as well. But from an enforceability standpoint, I believe Mr. Hales brought up a time limit condition. That's certainly an enforceable condition, whether it be 9 p.m., 10 p.m., 8 p.m., whatever those parameters would be. However, some of the other talks about, I'll just stop and say that would be our preferred method to condition the property and try to ensure some of those concerns.
Thank you, Bo. Krista?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Krista Kugro, City Attorney's Office. I also just wanted to remind the board that in terms of conditions placed on its approval, if that's what ends up happening, that the applicant must consent to those conditions. That's a recent change in state law. And typically the way we proceed with that is getting that consent on the record, and then the applicant signs a statement later as part of the order consenting to those conditions. So I also want to note that that's also a requirement.
Right. Thank you for that. Jim Vickery, your hand was up first, or before the others. Who do you plan on, and what kind of what questions do you have? Looks like we still have you on mute there.
Am I unmuted now?
There you go.
Thank you. A question for Mr. Borden and a question for you and the board. Mr. Borden, your statement kind of defies logic about whether or not this is going to have a negative impact on my home right next door. And I'm wondering if in your research, did you do comparables where there was no previous athletic field and lights in a community, and now where there was such an installation and a change and effect on property values in that case? Because that's what we have here.
We looked at the impact of lighting on property values, and I think that comp at 403 North Gregson Street showed that there was no negative impact on values. The property values in around the school have been increasing, and I think there's current lighting there for parking. So our task was to look at lighting's effect on value, and I think the North Gregson Street was a very persuasive comp for us, and we did look at that.
I'd like to have the opportunity to bring my own witnesses in, and because I think this is not even close to comparable. That is a school that's been around for decades. This is a facility that has just been installed. There's no field there. There was a field at the Durham School of the Arts for decades, and all they did is add lights. This is a very different situation. Now, I'm sorry, I gave testimony, but then my last question is to the board. Would you buy a house immediately adjacent to a lit commercial scale athletic facility? Would you buy one? Because that's what I'm going to be trying to sell one, and I'd love to sell one to any of you.
I agree. I don't think it's appropriate for air that we'll answer that to ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you.
Diane Rodelli, I think you were the next one with the hand up. But I'm not sure. I don't remember you being on video for the oath. Did you
I
take?
was on video for the oath. Yes.
Okay, you were. Okay, just wanted to make sure.
I had two items to mention. One was I went to 2 of the meetings with DNS locally in the school. I live about a block and a half away. I do remember that when we were trying to negotiate some kind of constraint around usage, well, Mr. Baker just said basically what he just said earlier, that he was not going to be bound by any constraints. But they did mention that they thought they might rent it for other activities as well. And the example was given of a wedding. The other item that I wanted to mention was I don't really understand the assessment. There is a lot of smirking going on by some of us because the assessment, there's been no properties on the perimeter of the school since those trees have come down that has sold.
Ms. Verdilli, do you have any questions for cross-examination?
So I am asking the man who did, Mr. Borden, who did the assessment, if he can, one, explain what the parameters were for Old North Durham for him, and if in fact his the sales that were on the perimeter of the school site, if any of those has happened within the last 18 months.
So the perimeter, we looked at the entirety of the Old North Durham neighborhood and its average sales price in comparison with the area right around the school. And the area around the school had increased at a higher percentage. And then we looked at the 4 comps along Seaman Street and Trinity, East Trinity, and East Trinity. All of those, one of them had closed in July of 2020. I'm not sure, and one had closed in December of 2020. So those are very recent sales. I'm not sure exactly when the trees came down, but that particular sale that sold in 2020 on East Trinity had gone up an average of 4.2% annually, which is which is a very positive indication.
Increase in Durham, but go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know when the trees came down. I'm just all I can speak to is the data, and the most recent sale was in December of 2020, which is a very recent sale.
But that is not that address is not on the perimeter of the school.
East Trinity?
It might have been East Trinity is a long block.
Yeah, I just
What's the number? What's the number?
204
Yeah,
East Trinity.
204 is a block away from the school.
We tried to get the most closest comps in terms of proximity, but these were the ones that we selected just because they had not had renovations. The sale had a lot of substantial changes had not been made to the property, so it showed a good indication of appreciation because the house had sold and then time had passed with little work done to the property, and then it sold again.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Hurwitz, I believe you were the next one. Who do you have questions for?
Hi, everyone again. I wanted to just get a yes or no answer from Mr. Borden, because I think we all have different nuances we're concerned about your appraisals. It doesn't seem to match the logic test, but I just want you to answer this yes or no question. Did you compare any property sales before and after the installation of industrial lighting? Did you have any single property that underwent that change in its neighborhood, yes or no?
The comp we had that was adjacent to sport lighting was 403 North Gregson Street, and while I can't speak to lighting, because the approved plan shows almost no light coming from the site, we felt like it really would not have a measurable impact on the neighborhood, given that there are already street lights. It's a busy area.
I'm sorry, sir. I really just want a yes or no question. I want to remind you that the lights were installed before your 2011 starting point for your comparisons of the North Gregson Street property. So I'll ask you again, did you have any properties where lighting was installed during the interval for which you measured the change in value?
We don't, but we did measure the increase in values of lighting.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Gray, do you have an objection?
Yes, sir. I was objecting to the use of the term industrial lighting. I don't think that's ever been an issue here, sports field lighting. And I was object to the testimony about facts that are not in evidence about what was installed when. That is not in evidence.
It was presented by Mr. Hale during his discussion. Thank you, sir.
All right, yeah, Mr. Gray, I asked Mike Torrance as an expert who had installed those lights at what date they were installed. And he clarified they were installed in October 2007, 4 years before the interval that Mr. Borden was looking at price values on.
I disagree and repeat the objection. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Can we get a clarification from Mike Torrance on when the lights were installed again?
I believe he already answered that.
I think so too. I don't know what the objection is about October 2007 being before 2011.
All right.
I have one more question. I think this is for Mr. Dobrensky, but I'm not sure if the city attorneys can speak better to it. But I do want input from the government in general. Mr. Hale brought up a question as to whether the school has a rightful permit to operate in our neighborhood, and thus a right to apply for this special use permit. Can anybody clarify whether the school has that original permit?
Krista, would you like to answer that?
Krista Kugler, City Attorney's Office. My understanding is that the school does have the right to apply for this minor special use permit. I think that planning may be able to provide a little bit more detail, though, if you want to jump in.
That's correct. There was a minor special use permit issued in January of 2019 for the expansion. That use permit itself gives the legal ability for the educational facility to operate in the residential district.
Adam, can you start?
Can I ask a question on that, Bo? I quoted language from their 2019 special use permit saying that it was specifically only for the expansion and covering the field at the site and not for the entire installation. Can you explain how that permit can be seen as covering initial approval of the school to operate in the neighborhood, especially when any such approval needs to carry a student number in order to qualify for the UDO's 20% increase requirement, and there was no such student number stated in the 2019 UDO?
So the special use permit, the use that was approved in 2019 was education facility in residential district, or I'm sorry, in a residential district. I don't have the information on the original establishment of the educational facility and what the UDO requirements were at that time. That's something that would have to take some research. Whatever that original date was. So all the references to the school being existing in that staff report from the 18 case are accurate because the school did exist. But I don't have certainty on how it was permitted then previously.
Can I ask a question of the attorney? I believe they would have had to have been existing on this site prior to 2006 in order to qualify as pre-existing use per the UDO. Is that correct?
The UDO was passed in 2006, and so that is when kind of nonconformities were, sort of acknowledged under the passage of the UDO. The city's position is the board has the authority to rule on what's before it today. So that's our position.
Yeah, and that's what I'll reinstate that the reason we're here today is solely before the lights, not for the use of the school or the field itself. I got a hand up now, Mr. Andrew Hilton. Who do you have a question for?
Yes, my question is actually for the board slash attorneys, which is, if this were brought forward as we want to make this soccer field and rent it out to all hours of the night to whatever leagues we want, would that even be a legitimate accessory of a school, or would that be completely ruled out under the UDO as a commercial enterprise that needs specific zoning and so forth?
So the education facility will have athletic field or may have athletic fields, and they may be used. I'm unsure of I've not heard any of the intention that we talked about in terms of leasing it out to others, but certainly it is a common use for a lot of the schools in the jurisdiction. I'm pulling the UDO up now to see if accessory uses are listed specifically. So according to the UDO, educational facility, section 524C, there's a long list of accessory uses to the principal use. And among them are play area, recreational or sports facility, and then health facility. Those are the only ones that are relevant. So it is a listed accessory use for the educational facility.
Thank you, Bo. All right. We're going to next in the cross-examination looks to be complete. I think it's now appropriate to move into board deliberations. This is a time where the board will discuss the case. We won't take any further questions from the applicant or the opposition, but we will, board is able to ask questions as they want. Anybody want to start us off? Thoughts on the case, Mr. Tarrant?
I just had a couple of follow-up questions from Mr. Dobrinsky related to the accessory use. That accessory use pertains specifically for the school using it for its intended use. Does anything change if they were to lease it, and is there anything that's enforceable from a planning standpoint that could control that?
So there's been no indication that other than leasing it for other youth sponsored programs that they would partner with or support, and that would be in the realm, or that would be allowed as an accessory use for them to create those partnerships with. I think the term, and I don't want to speak for Mr. Baker, but that shared their vision. From an enforceability standpoint, earlier I had made a comment about our preference being a limitation on the hours of operation, because that's a little more objective in terms of being able to drive by and say, they're using that field after X time. Trying to determine who's a student, who's not a student, who's a particular youth league or not is not something that we would be able to enforce easily.
Okay. And then the second question I had is related to the UDO lighting standards. I know there was a question about the School of Science and Math and being 0.05 foot candles at the curb, I believe was indicated. Does the UDO have any requirements for lighting within public rights of way or rights of way maintained by NCDOT?
The UDO defers to city standards for lighting that's enforced by the Transportation Department. I think what you're getting at is that the street lights that exist there probably are greater than what that 0.05 of a candle is, I'm not a light expert, but I would be inclined to think that that's the case as well.
I guess it's from the UDO standpoint, as far as the lighting levels that are indicated in the lighting section, are there any standards for lighting within the rights of way?
The standards are at a property line, these would be exempt from it, but the typical standards are at the property line adjacent to a residential zoning district. And that would be half a foot candle, which they do meet that standard.
Thank you.
And just to clarify for the board, the way that compliance is shown for any location of lighting for non-residential use at the time of certificate compliance, the development is required to submit a certification that the lighting standards are met per the approved plan.
Thank you.
All right, anyone else?
I guess, Mr. Chair, I did have one other question if nobody else has anything at this point. I think this would probably be more applicable for Mr. Caldwell. As it relates to, I'm just looking at the site plan. I didn't see any bleachers or anything, and then the field itself looks to be dimensioned at 45 yards wide by 80 yards deep. Could you speak a little bit about what sort of athletic field, soccer field standards are, and whether this is really designed as a stadium or literally just a recreational type facility?
Yes, sir. Good question. Thank you. The dimensions of the field, like you mentioned, are 240 feet by 135 feet. We did have a professional field designer, Dan Dodd with Fit Fields, who designs NCAA level fields and professional fields all over the place. I'm personally, Mike, not familiar with the actual dimensions of a standard NCAA field or such, but I do know that this field is smaller. And as you mentioned, there are no bleachers, there's no seating. So this was never intended to be any kind of stadium field. It's purely for use of the school's games and their recreation.
Thank you.
Sir.
Good clarifying point. Thanks, Mike. Mr. Retchless.
Hi, Mike Retchless here. Mr. Caldwell, being this is a factor for the lighting, can you speak a little bit more about the screening or buffering or landscaping that would help defer a lighting problem, with the neighbors?
Yes, sir. We provided the street trees along, let me pull up that plan right quick. Along all the adjacent streets per the UDO. Essentially the field, like I mentioned, addressing Mike's question, is smaller than an NCAA regulation field or, full-size high school field or such as that may be. But it also takes up a significant footprint of the site and essentially goes to the limits of the site without putting in walls or such. So essentially we come off the DOT and Durham right-of-ways on Trinity, Roxborough, and Seaman, and then come up with our slopes with no walls. We didn't want to put walls around the perimeter of the field. And we still have room for the required street trees against that field up to the fence area. So it was really a balance between the street trees, having the large trees dropping leaf litter onto the field, which is a significant maintenance concern for the field. And the decision was made also to remove a lot of the existing trees, not only for the footprint of the field, but for the leaf litter on the field, which is a huge maintenance burden for the school to clean up, and also for player safety. You don't want branches and such as that interfering with the students and the players on the field.
But what is being replaced for all these nice trees that were taken down?
We're putting street trees along Seaman, Roxborough, and Trinity Avenue.
We're specifically replacing 17 trees. Actually, that's what we're required to replace based on the landscape amendment document that you have. We are actually planting 19 trees. We'll be planting 2 elms on each corner as we shared the erosion issue that the neighbors brought up. But that is just the UDO ordinance required plan that you see in front of you. We will be doing more than that to stabilize the slopes and prevent anything from coming down. As you may or may not know, we have erosion control fencing up, and we can't even remove that fencing until those slopes are stabilized, and we will be doing that.
Thank you.
Chat.
So I wanted to share my thoughts about the application, just for the purposes of board discussion. So, you know, the UDO standards are challenging here because this is recreational lighting. Some parts of the UDO that pertain to exterior lighting apply, others don't, and it's a kind of a tangle to understand. You know, we've heard testimony, we've seen evidence that the site is configured to limit the maximum amount of light overspill, the amount of illumination that would happen off of the property to 0.5 foot candles, which is in fact consistent with the standard that the UDO applies to uses throughout the planning jurisdiction. So, Bo, correct me if I'm wrong. I don't believe they're required to meet that standard, but they are meeting that standard, or what they've submitted indicates that they're willing and able to meet that standard. So I think that's good. I would suggest that we consider the possibility of an additional condition were we to approve something like this, that expanded the limitations or reduced the amount of time available that exterior lighting could be on in the evening hours. We've heard numerous people provide evidence that 6:30 p.m. is when school stops. We've heard numerous people tell us that this lighting in this field is intended for the school, the kids, the school use, and that the extended school day stops at 6:30. So I would be comfortable with an additional condition. I don't know exactly what it would say, but that it would be in the nature or realm of limitations on illumination, say between 8 p.m. and 8 a.m. On weekdays and weekends. And you know, in light of the fact that this lighting would meet the standard that we would apply to anybody else, that seems fair. If we're able to agree on some timing limitations that maybe go speak to some of the concerns that we've heard, and are still consistent with kinds of limitations we've used elsewhere and consistent with what we've heard from the staff, it feels like that might be a path forward. And so those are my thoughts about the application and the evidence and testimony we've heard today. Finally, I just want to say I'm very impressed with the applicant. I'm very impressed with the neighborhood. It's been an incredibly insightful discussion, and people have put in clearly a great deal of time on this, and I sure do appreciate their effort, because it's made for a much more thorough review. And so I thank you, and those are my thoughts. Thanks.
Thank you, Chad. Mr. Gray, do you have something real quick?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair. At the appropriate time, whenever you say this appropriate, I will ask Mr. Jim Baker, who's the chair of the school board, to speak to any time limit.
Okay. when we get there, we'll talk about that. Appreciate it. Jessica.
Sorry. So I was kind of thinking along the same lines as Mr. Meadows, but I wanted to make sure that any restrictions that we propose still allow the soccer field to be usable for the school. So I know that there was discussion about what time the school day ended, but I didn't hear any discussion about what time the soccer games actually occurred. So I don't know if anybody has any information or can testify about that. That would be helpful.
Yes, ma'am, I can speak to this, and we appreciate that question. You're right, we spoke about the school day, but our athletic programming itself is another issue. So our games typically start between 5 and 5:30. If we have multiple teams playing, the second game may start around 7 o'clock. Now, sometimes they start at 4:30. So I'm just giving you sort of our history, knowing that we don't have this done yet. So we're desperately trying to extend goodwill here, and predict the future, but we don't have a lot to go on. So we do have to accommodate our athletic program. One of the things we discussed with the neighbors in imposing a time condition of, let's say, 8 o'clock, we don't anticipate using it late into the evening. I'm talking about, you guys mentioned 9, 10, 11 o'clock at night. We don't anticipate that. But we do have folks that will be traveling to our facility for games as we travel to their facility for games. We experience weather delays and things like that. And so it's possible that a game could go past 8 o'clock. So those are considerations that we need to be careful with, because we don't want to be walking on eggshells and say, oh, we have to get these lights off. I think it will be a rare occasion, and we will certainly be good stewards of that. But we want to be careful that the restrictions aren't actually restricting our programming.
Thank you, Ms. Howard. I want to say a few things as well. You know, and the law states that an applicant is entitled, and I use the word entitled, to a minor special use permit having met the factors. You know, we've heard from expert testimony on lighting, property values. We've heard from a professional engineer. We have the reports of these individuals included in our packet, which I hope we all were able to review prior to this meeting. Hope you also had the chance to visit the site. I'm not comfortable with an 8 o'clock time limit. The first thing I thought of, Chad, when I heard that was, you know, the same thing actually that I'm sorry, I forgot last name. Miss Howard just mentioned is the delays. Things happen. 8 o'clock is in the summer is certainly early. You never. There's things. I think that's kind of a strict limitation on you know, if this was you know, we're not looking at a stadium. I think when we've had cases and talk about lighting before. This isn't a stadium. I think we've got, you know, you look at a recreational field compared to something with bleachers or more robust, you know, accommodating spectators and visitors. I just don't see that. So those are my thoughts. I'm not comfortable with limiting it to 8 o'clock. I don't think that's necessary either. But so those are my thoughts. Does anyone else want to offer anything? Mike.
I just had another question for Mr. Brensky as it relates to, I guess, amending the special use permit. Should we decide to put a time limit on the operating, you know, the operating time of the lights, and the school seems, you know, in the future a need to extend those hours? What's the process for updating the special use permit in that regard?
If there was a condition placed that limited the time and that needed to be altered, they would have to come back to the Board of Adjustment. But that would be considered a significant change to the use permit.
Thank you.
Mike, is that all?
Yeah, sorry, somebody usually puts my hand down for me.
I know, well, it was, but I just wanted to make sure. Yeah, Ian?
Thanks. I just want to say that this is watching this field get changed has been kind of harsh. And what I'm struggling with here is the fact that information didn't seem to flow until the neighborhood started complaining bitterly. So I just want to say I would not be able to approve this without some kind of time limitation, because I really think that it's important that the parameters be set. And right now the parameters don't seem to be set. They seem to be completely fluid, and I'm not okay with that.
All right. Natalie?
Quick question. Is this a traditional school or a year-round school?
Mr. Gray?
I will defer to Ms. Howard.
We have extended day and extended year programming.
So you're in school all year, like a year long. Okay.
They, I believe, is Vince or Jim on this call?
Hey there, yes. So it's an extended year programming, and part of that also is the work that we do. As I mentioned, it's a 12-year journey. So part of, for me coming in, for example, as head of school, this soccer field is going to be a resource to bring the alumni together, a resource to bring our students that are in college together. Let's talk, let's process how things are going, because part of our support is their social emotional growth. So it's not just, playing the soccer games, but it's throughout the year we're working with these boys. And then over the summers, those summer months, we're also working with them. Because remember our demographic, we're trying to keep these boys safe and making choices that aren't going to be destructive for their future and keeping them away from situations that are going to harm them. So being able to get them on a field for a few hours with us is a great way to do that. Okay. And we also have a reading camp as well.
Thank you.
Jessica?
Yeah, I was just going to add that Vince has just mentioned it. We do have summer camps that are inclusive of the community, both boys and girls, that utilize our facility throughout the entire summer.
And Jessica, do you have something?
Yes. So in thinking about whether or not to approve this minor special use permit, originally, I wanted to include a limitation on the hours that the lights could be on, but I think realistically that would be very difficult. I mean, if you can imagine kids outside playing and then all of a sudden game is stopped because the lights have to be turned off, I don't think that's fair to the kids, and I don't think if we're going to approve the permit that makes sense. So then I feel like I'm stuck on whether or not this is really in harmony with the area. Because while we're approving lighting, we're also approving activities going into the night in a neighborhood. And the staff report talks about yes, there are similar conditions at other schools, being Durham School of the Arts and North Carolina School of Science and Math. But the staff report says that at those schools, the light poles exceeding 30 feet are located along the right of way and are used only when the athletic facilities are used at night. So those are shorter poles, and they are not in an area similar to this school. It's a more dense urban neighborhood. So I'm a little bit stuck about whether or not this is going to be in harmony with the neighborhood, given that it's not just bringing lighting to this situation, it's also bringing activity and noise.
All right.
Can we comment on the activity and noise?
Sure.
I think we've tried to talk about the things that we did with regard to the lights in trying to make sure that it stayed in harmony with the neighborhood. In terms of activity and noise, it struck us that we reside between the very busy arteries going in and out of Durham, of Roxborough and Mangum Street. And like many other urban schools, we're a school operating in a residential neighborhood. We don't anticipate any difference in the neighborhood noise levels caused by our lights or the conversion of our athletic field. As we've said, we don't anticipate using these lights late into the night. And again, we're happy to have a discussion on hours of operation as we're having. Noise from excited kids and the occasional whistle kind of pale in comparison to the traffic noise on our surrounding streets. And during COVID, our kids, on any given day, they try to have lunch outside. And we actually had our neighborhood meetings outside. And it's interesting how many times our voices were drowned out by the sound of dump trucks and air brakes and sports cars that were far noisier than kids, playing on a soccer field. So in our minor special use permit application, I believe that we addressed that, but our feeling at least was the noise from the very urban area in which we reside would have far more impact on the quality of life than kids playing on a soccer field at the home campus.
All right. Anything else from our board members?
Is there a staff recommendation, Jacob?
Yep, I'm getting to it. I was just making sure everybody had gone. Bo, do you have a recommendation for the board?
Yes, staff recommends approval of application B210019 with the condition that the improvement shall be substantially consistent with the plans that have been submitted.
All right. Any further discussion from board members? Sounds like we've had at least 3 or 4 of us discuss timing. Do we want to explore this?
Mr. Chair,
Are you saying no?
I am of like mind to Ian. I would like to see some kind of temporal constraints around timing. This is something the applicant has said several times that they're open to discussion. I'd like to hear what the applicant has to say about timing.
All right. Mike?
I was just going to mention something similar. I think, I'm kind of on the fence regarding timing and what is appropriate. I feel I'd like to hear from the applicant before I make a suggestion on what that might be.
All right. Mr. Gray said Jim Baker would be the one to talk about this. Is that so?
Yes, sir.
So two concerns on the timing, and I think it was alluded to a little while ago. I don't think any of us want to go back and ask for another special use permit if we are in a situation where we have to try to expand the lighting times for the field in the future. With that said, yes, we are willing to come up with a reasonable time frame to turn the lights off. First and foremost, we will not keep the lights on, as we said earlier, once the field is finished its use and the players and parents have exited the field. As everybody knows, game ends at 8 or 8:30 at night. Doesn't mean everybody exits the fields right at 8:30. We are concerned for the safety of those individuals. I think in fairness to the neighbors and to everybody on this hearing, I think we would certainly around 9:30 at night.
Bringing it back to the board. I think 9:30 is a reasonable hour. Mike, you have something?
Yeah, my initial recommendation was going to be 10 o'clock, just thinking, by the time I think I read in the report that there's an hour timer for when an event ends, right? Assuming a game starts at 7 and ends by 8:30. gives, you know, an hour and a half to get things cleaned up, put away, and for people to safely leave the property. So my recommendation would be not any earlier than 10.
I actually agree with that because I do agree with that as well. Any thoughts from board members?
Retchless here. I support that as well, Jacob.
Ian, Natalie, Jessica?
My
Yeah.
follow-up question is, who maintains that? Who enforces that? Because the police aren't going to enforce it. The planning board doesn't, the planning doesn't work at 9:30 at night.
The city has an enforcement department. That's, you know, that's just not something we get into. You know, we've talked about that, you know. Bo, you got something?
Yes, they would be subject to a notice of violation if they were found to have the lights on past, in this case, 10 p.m. You're right. Our enforcement folks aren't typically working during the day, but there are nighttime operations quite a bit. So certainly, if there were a complaint, we would investigate.
We have invested in an auto shut off, I think, as we talked about in earlier testimony. So we would also self-regulate that.
Right.
Yeah, I would add that this provision would be enforced just like every other condition on every other special use permit in the city and county of Durham. So, you know, there shouldn't be any distinction with regard to enforcement.
Yeah, agreed. Thank you, Brian. Natalie, what are your thoughts? Or do you have anything, or Jessica?
Yeah, I was just going to comment, the 10 o'clock sounds very reasonable. You know, knowing with children's, and if they're young children playing, they're not going to be out past 10 o'clock. They're, you know, their games are going to be scheduled earlier. So yes, no earlier than 10. I agree.
Cole, I'm sorry, not Cole. Bo, did you have something? I know you had your hand up. Oh, he's left it up. Okay, I'm sorry. Chad?
I have one question for Bo and the board, and that is, I mentioned earlier that this site appears to, as part of this application, meet the 0.5 foot candles at the edge of the property line. I understand that you know that standard is inside the UDO. However, that standard is not applicable to this use. And to my question, because that provision is set down in this application and is on the record here, is that sufficient for staff to ensure that that 0.5 foot candle maximum is maintained, or is it necessary, in your opinion, for us to include a condition to that effect should this get approved?
So I think the condition that the improvement shall be substantially consistent with the plans and all information submitted to the board would be sufficient for planning staff to require that the certification meet those standards. However, if you wanted to further clarify for the sake of transparency for all those in the hearing, that would make a lot of sense as well. I mean, but without the condition, we would read that condition and enforce that they meet the photometric they've submitted.
Thank you.
Yeah, I kind of feel like that's part of that substantially consistent, as well as, I mean, we have this standard. Any other final thoughts? Does anyone, if there's no further discussion or thoughts, does anyone want to offer a motion?
I'd like to, Chair Rogers, Retchless here, I'd like to hear the opposition if they're okay with the agreed time limit of 9:30 p.m.
Well, we're not going to go through every person here and ask them that. But I see a hand up. I think that could be one thing that we ask Mr. Hilton.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that 9:30 p.m. is incredibly late for a toddler. I would prefer to see something more in the 8 to 8:30 time. My child's bedtime starts at 7:30 and we aim to have him in the crib at 8. I think that's probably consistent with a lot of families around here. We have a lot of small children and, you know, they said their games start at 4, like 4 hours of playing soccer sounds like a lot to me. You can probably fit in 2 or 3 games. So I would ask the board to please consider moving that a little earlier to balance the interests of families who have children that need to sleep.
All right. So if we're going to talk about time, I guess we need to agree upon this and also get consent from the applicant. Ian or Chad and Ian, and you both have your hand up. I don't know if that was from a previous time or what. Ian, do you have?
Yeah, I have my hand up. I just, this is pretty complicated. I really don't see us, after meeting for 6 hours, hash this out in the next hour. I think we need to extend this, figure it out, and come back next month and do it appropriately, as opposed to hurriedly, which would be short shrift to the process, to the church, to the soccer field, to the community, to the board, and to Durham.
Well, what is left for you? For you, I don't understand.
I think it's extremely important that this be ratified, legalized, that the lights go out at X time. I mean, the process has been very bumpy. So why don't we end it on a smooth, where everyone can feel like they're getting something out of it, as opposed to hurrying it? Because I feel like this is hurried. There's still more things in my mind that I'm not sure about. I'm not ready to vote on this.
Can you
identify? If I have to vote, I'll vote against it.
Can you identify what those specific items are for the record?
Yes, for the record, it just seems like the soccer field has gone full tilt with the lights, even though they were told to stop more than a month ago.
So they were also given approval first, right?
Listen, no developer that I know is told to stop and then keeps going. So the fact that they're doing that, I just question why.
They were told that they could by the city.
They were told they could?
Yes, they were told that they could. That was actually in the beginning of this. They were told that they could continue, but not have them connected.
Okay. I'm not comfortable with this. I think this is not appropriate for this site at all. I think it is injurious to property value. I think the appraisal submitted, the appraisal report, didn't tell us anything except that Durham's a hot market. It didn't tell us anything. So I'm not comfortable with this. And I need more time to think about it. And if you gotta hurry me, then hurry me. And I will be hurried.
I think that there's nothing been about today that's been hurried. I'll tell you that. There's nothing about this case that's been hurried. I'm just trying to figure out what specific item. It sounds like you're just not comfortable with the lights, period. To me, I think that if there was going to be a continuance, it needs to be a reason why we're continuing, what specific item we want in our the next time. And I haven't heard that, other than you're just not comfortable with it.
No, I think it needs to be agreed upon by the church and the school and the city about when the lights will get off, when they'll be shut off. And I think this is important. This has become incredibly complicated and incredibly contentious. And it wouldn't have been that way had there been more information from the beginning, but there wasn't. So that's where I am. So again,
we're here now talking about that time, but Krista, do you have something?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Krista Kukura, City Attorney's Office. I just wanted to speak to Ian's concern about sort of making this legal and kind of reaching an agreement. The way to do that is to put the condition on an approval, if that's what the board chooses to do. That is the mechanism for getting that in place and making it legal, at least from an enforcement standpoint, planning perspective. So there's not anything else that would need to happen for that. And like I said earlier, the applicant does need to consent to the condition And so that's a discussion, I think, that can happen in more detail. I feel like we have heard what some of the board members want to do. And so it'd be a matter of getting the applicant's consent to that, and that is what's legally required.
All right. Mr. Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The applicant will consent to 9:30, and we add that as a condition.
You've got 3 or 4 of us who are fine with 10 o'clock. So 9:30 is what you're consenting to if it happens.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Krista, did you have something else? Or I'm sorry, hand was still raised. Okay. All right. The applicant has said 9:30. Any other thoughts on that? I think
This is Chad. If the applicant suggests a 9:30 condition, who are we to tell them that's not the right number? That sounds suitable to me if that's acceptable to them.
I agree.
Rich here, I concur as well.
Major, I agree as well.
Thank you, Jessica.
Mr. Chair, I think the matter is ripe for a motion.
It is. You are correct. Does anybody want to offer the motion?
I will try, and if you'll have me.
I was going to try too, Chad, but
Why don't you try? I'm going to let you try.
Yeah, let's go ahead.
Mike.
okay. The motion to grant application conditions, I hereby make that motion that application number B21000019, an application for a minor special use permit on property located at 1004 North Mangum Street, has successfully met the applicable requirements of the Unified Development Ordinance and is hereby granted subject to the following conditions. 1, that the improvement shall be substantially consistent with the plans and all information submitted to the board as part of the application. And condition number 2, that the applicant will agree to a time limit of 9:30 p.m. 7 days a week.
We have a motion for approval by Mr. Retchless. Is there a second?
Meadows, second.
And a second by Mr. Meadows. Susan, will you call the board? Did we lose Susan?
I'm just talking away. I'm sorry, I was muted. Mr. Retchless,
Yes.
Mr. Meadows,
Yes.
Mr. Kip,
No.
Mr. Rogers,
Yes.
Miss Major,
Yes.
Mr. Tarrant,
Yes.
Miss Bosheen.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Nope. 6
No,
to
I'm sorry, motion carries 6-1.
By a vote of 6-1, your request for a minor special use permit has been approved. We thank you for coming before the BOA this morning. We appreciate the entire community coming in for this. This has been a true public process this morning. I appreciate it. We understand the difficulties with online, but we appreciate you coming. Wish you the best of luck. All right, moving forward, looking on the agenda, we have no old business. I'm looking at new business. We've got some revisions to the rules of procedure. I'm guessing this is from 160D at the General Assembly, something that we worked on, well, my industry worked on. So Krista, you want to take it over, explain it?
Sure. So you should be able to access those, the amendments in the agenda. There's a hyperlink to the document there. We will not be voting on them today. The rules themselves require that you first have them before you, and then we'll vote on them next month. The amendments are pretty much to sort of tidy things up to match with our current practices, and like Chair Rogers mentioned, kind of articulate explicitly some requirements in the 160D recodification and amendments. So I'll just run through them really quick. The first substantive change is at the top of page 6, is section 2.1D, allowing for remote meetings explicitly. We do have a law that allows us to operate currently as we are, but just putting it into the rules to allow for that. The next amendment is section 2.2, just making it clear that the board needs to vote on excused absences because that's relevant for the county's procedures as it relates to its appointees. That is something that we already do, but just again, putting it into the rules to match our practices. The next substantive amendment, let's see here. Section 3.4 at the top of page 8. This is just something that was articulated in 160D, that if something has been properly noticed and it's continued, notice does not need to be given again. So just kind of saving some administrative burdens on the back end. Next substantive change is section 3.5 immediately below, just clarifying that agendas are mailed out to everyone at the same time, to the members of the board, landowners, applicants, interested persons. The next substantive change, section 4.1, kind of midway down, page 10. This is sort of talking about, again, just, I think this came from 160D. If there's no quorum present, hearing is just automatically rescheduled. And I am going to just fly through these because I know we have been sitting here a long time. If you have any questions, please interrupt me. Again, we're not voting on them today. You just need to be aware of the contents. Section 4.2, this just makes it clear that if the rules are silent, Robert's rules govern. Section 4.3, H and I are the next changes. These are 160D amendments, just that staff materials become part of the record. Staff typically asks that they become part of the record. That's not necessary. I believe we'll continue to do that. And then the next section, I, expert testimony required on specific issues. This came up today in the meeting, so it should be familiar to all of you. The next substantive change, section 4.4, page 13, that this is what came up in the last case, that consent, the applicant must consent to conditions that are imposed on its approval. And then the next change, 4.4F, there was some language in the rules of procedure that didn't quite match up in terms of when the clerk mails the order and when that is considered effective. So this language here in the rules of procedure basically just refers back to the UDO to keep it simple, because we want to make sure that everyone knows the correct, accurate date there. And that's it. So please take a look at them in between now and the next meeting. If you have any feedback, questions, comments, please let me, Brian, staff know. Happy to answer those, and we'll intend to vote on them at the next meeting.
And I think these have to be approved by July 1st, right?
I think that's right.
CD changes? I thought that was the case.
Yeah, I think that's right.
Yeah, I thought so too. So we'll approve these at the next. I think that was what the General Assembly was extended it to. Okay, so Chad, you got a question before we continue?
I don't. I just wanted to ask if what the process was if we wanted to not necessarily ask a question, but propose some alternative language. I wanted to be sure that there was adequate time for the board to look over any suggestions, or if there was a process for that. That's all.
There's no prescribed process. Obviously, we want to be able to have a meaningful discussion at the next meeting, and the board can vote on them as amended as it chooses to amend them at the next meeting. So just if you can sort of send that over to myself, Brian, and staff, maybe a couple weeks in advance, that would be great.
10-4. Thank you.
Thanks.
Also, I think that there's we already call them evidentiary hearings in Durham. A lot of times they're called public hearings. I think it moves it over to everything is evidentiary for POA. All right, so we've got a few orders here, and we'll need a motion and a second for each one of these, and a vote. So B20000043 was from April 27th. Krista, go ahead.
I wanted to make a note that Ms. Wymore was not at that meeting and Mr. Tarrant was not seated.
All right. Well, who's eligible to vote? Do we know?
Kip, Meadows, Rogers, Retchless, Major.
Jacob, is that the EMS fire
Yes.
station order? Okay,
Yes, it is.
That order is not ready because we're still waiting for additional information from the applicant so we can finish the order. And I'm hoping to get that. And once we get that, we'll finish the order.
Good deal. So I don't remember B21000004. Is that from today or last meeting?
It is actually, sorry.
Oh,
Go ahead, Liz.
This is Susan. I had just made noted that's the one that Meadows, Retchless, and Wymore voted no, and Beauchene was not seated.
That's one from March. It's the Hillcrest parking deck variance. So it was not from last month, but from the previous month, and it was denied.
So, Susan, go ahead and tell us who can vote on this one.
Kip, Rogers, Major, and Tarrant.
All right. So one of the three of you will need to make a. Chad, that was the Hillcrest parking deck.
Yeah, so the order is denial. So the people who voted to deny don't vote on the order.
No, the motion was to approve, and that failed.
Okay, and so the order is what?
So,
It's an-
go ahead.
It's an order for denial. So the people who voted for who voted for the denial, who voted no, are the people who can vote on the order today.
Thank you. So the people who are voting on this order are the people who voted to deny the application.
Okay. So that's Meadows, Retchless, and Wymore.
I'll make a motion.
Wait, hang on. Brian, were you going to say something?
Was it 3 or 4 people that voted against it?
It
It has to be at least 4.
No, it was 3 that voted against it, right?
That's right.
Yes, I think so.
Okay. Gotcha. Okay.
All right. So we got a motion from Meadows. I need
Retchless second.
Retchless second. Susan, call those two.
Meadows.
Yes.
Retchless.
Yes.
All right. Moved it on. All right. Today, B2100008. This was a unanimous vote. Tisha was in on this, so she obviously, I think, Jessica, you took her spot. So one of the other 6 of us, who would like to motion?
Meadows, move approval.
Meadows, who's the second?
Tarrant, second.
Second.
I'll call Kip,
Yes.
Meadows,
Yes.
Rogers,
Yes.
Retchless,
Yes.
Major.
Yes.
All right, next one, B2100017. This is also a unanimous vote. Tisha voted on this, but she's not here today, so there's only 6 of us who will be voting. Is there a motion?
Beauchene.
Retchless. All right, Beauchene second.
Kip.
Kip second.
Kip, you.
No, I had Beauchene as second. I was just
Oh, sorry.
calling Kip for the roll.
Say yes. You're on mute.
Yes.
Meadows,
Yes.
Rogers,
Yes.
Retchless.
Yes.
All right.
Hold on. I think I also need to call, Tarrant was seated.
Correct. Yes.
Yes. All right. Carries. All right. Our next meeting is June 27th at 8:30 a.m. Until then, we shall see you all then. Have a good afternoon.
Did you say June 27th?
June
That's
20.
a Saturday.
22.
I can't be,
22nd.
Is it the 22nd, June 22nd, excuse me.
That's what I have.
I
Thank
can't
you.
be trusted. Y'all don't want to work on a Saturday?
I already
If
do.
it's going to be this quick.
All right, guys, y'all have a good day.
See you.
Thank you.
Thank you.